Park's not only the first black photographer for Life magazine, but he also directed the movie that created the black exploitation genre. What movie do we speak of? I will go to Andy. Hi, Andy. Good morning.
Good morning. Lick that ass.
Lick that ass. Okay. That's what we say in our faith.
What was that from?
That was, I mistakenly said, sent to somebody who I was like acquaintance with. That COVID kicked my ass, but instead it changed the K to an L. So it said it licked my ass.
Okay. Andy, well done.
That's one of my favorite stories.
Andy, you're already a winner.
Good job, sir.
Whether you get this right or not. But do me a favor and tell me what movie we're talking about here. Shaft.
Yeah.
Just talk about Shaft.
Just look at that ass.
Andy, hang on a second. You got yourself a $50 Metro Diner dining card, and you can kick mealtime traditions to the curb this year. Enjoy new hearty dishes like the Carnitas Scramble Bowl and the Metro Cristo, which is a sandwich stacked between two fried jelly donuts.
A jelly donut?
Topped with powdered sugar. And if you want info, you can visit
jelly donut?
metrodiner.com for the information.
Do you remember we had Richard Roundtree in the studio who played Shaft? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm a massive fan of those movies.
Yeah.
And I brought it up, and he's like, oh, like he almost seemed like he didn't want to talk about it.
He didn't want to talk about Shaft.
Then he relaxed.
I don't want to talk about Shaft.
Yeah.
Just talk about Shaft. All right, so Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck are now sporting ink dedicated to one another.
So things must be good.
Oh, I saw it yesterday. She posted it, the picture of it.
Yeah, she shared images of the fresh tattoos in a Valentine's Day post. The Marry Me star has an infinity symbol on her rib cage and both of their names on it, while Affleck is sporting a pair of intersecting arrows with their initials.
He has a really outlandish tattoo on his back. Remember, it's like
It's a phoenix.
Icarus or a phoenix.
Yeah.
So, this is actually pretty good.
How
this
long
one.
before they have to get it covered up?
Well, I think she's made it known that she does not like it at all. Like, she laughs about it. She's mocked him for this tattoo.
No, I mean the
this
tattoo,
one?
the ones that they've got. Yeah, they got together.
They should have them removable.
Yeah, this almost seals the deal that they'll break up.
Yeah,
That's
right,
usually the case.
They should have got the skull sealer, right?
Yeah.
In honor of him and
I
Jennifer.
apologize to anyone who's been offended.
By the way,
by
stop
my
that for a
fictional
second.
Creation.
I love his apologize at the beginning.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
Given your druthers, would you go with the philosopher of evil or the skull sealer?
Probably the skull sealer.
Yeah, it's a cooler image, I think.
Which, by the way, I remember somebody way back when we first started playing that clip found out what the skull sealer was. Essentially, they seal up your ears, your eyes, your nose, and your mouth.
Right.
And
geez.
therefore, they have sealed your skull.
Oh, I don't like that.
There you go. No, in case he doesn't like that.
No, it's not something most people opt to do.
Well, speaking of breakups, as we were before we got into the skull sealer, Bam Margera's wife, Nicole, has filed for legal separation. According to documents, which Nicole filed with Los Angeles County Superior Court on Tuesday, she's seeking legal and physical custody of their 5-year-old son, Phoenix. Additionally, the documents cite irreconcilable differences as the cause.
Just judging by what I've been seeing on Instagram and what they've been posting, it seems like, Casey, and I don't know if you'd agree with this, that she's been giving it the college try.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
know
it's
what?
been-
I thought I was going to say
Yeah.
the same thing. Sorry, Case.
So, Bam tied the knot with Nicole October 5th, 2013, and she states that the pair separated in September 2021. She's also seeking spousal support and requesting that the court terminate her estranged husband's ability to be awarded spousal support. As for their son, while she's seeking sole custody, she's also asking the court grant Bam visitation rights as long as they are at his expense and occur in Los Angeles County.
He dotes on his son and he loves the kid, so yeah, that's good. I don't know if it needs to be a case where he needs to go and do like a year.
He's done that. He's done
Oh,
that.
he has
He's
to
done
that
that,
level,
yeah.
a full year?
And at this point, I don't know what it's going to take for him to, want this.
He's had near-death experiences. He's had everything crash down. I don't. How do you get through in this case?
You either do or you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
It's up to him.
And it is up to, it's where, like they say, the rubber meets the road. But, I just, it doesn't, his problems don't mean that he loves his son any less or anything along those lines. I'm sure he loves his son more than anything in this world. But, unfortunately, he's a sick person, and this illness is taking him. And, it's hopefully it doesn't end in a tragic way.
Yes.
But, we all know people that, that unfortunately it doesn't, all the love in the world doesn't matter, and so it doesn't, and.
Yeah, no.
So they live in Los Angeles? That's like their primary home? Okay.
Yeah, so if they want, she wants it to take place in Los Angeles County. His relationship with the wife has been strained for years, and the pair have publicly clashed as the former star has struggled with legal problems, serious addiction issues, and mental health crises as well. So she's officially filed for divorce. This was sad news to see yesterday. Raquel Welch, actress, international sex symbol, Golden Globe winner, passed away. She was 82 years old. Her manager, Steve Sauer, confirmed and said that she passed away peacefully earlier this morning after a brief illness. I don't know what that illness was, but apparently it came on pretty quickly. Sauer added that her career spanned over 50 years, starring in over 30 films and 50 television series and appearances. The Golden Globe winner in more recent years was involved in a very successful line of wigs as well. Leaves behind her 2 children, son Damon Welch and her daughter Tawny Welch. She made her film debut in the mid-1960s with breakout roles in 1966's Fantastic Voyage and 1 Million Years BC that same year.
1 Million Years BC was really the movie that just blew her over the top because she was wearing this sort of fur, bikini, and that became a poster, which ended up on a pillow that I bought through a magazine.
Yeah.
And I laid down on that pillow in naughty ways.
I'm sure you did.
But I remember as a kid thinking, what is that? I was a young kid.
Andy Dufresne used that poster to cover up a hole in the wall at Shawshank Prison, by the way.
It was the last one, right?
It was the final one.
Yeah, so he threw the rocks through that one.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Welch, by the way, would go on to star in dozens of films, including 1973's The Three Musketeers, which earned her a Golden Globe.
She was very good at it. Do you remember that movie?
I do.
They're fun. They're sort of comical in a way. A lot of swashbuckling. The buckles are swashed.
Yeah. She won Best Actress in a Motion Picture, Comedy, or Musical. Other titles under her belt included 100 Rifles, The Prince and the Pauper, Chairman of the Board, Legally Blonde.
Bedazzled?
Bedazzled, yeah. Was she in Bedazzled? Oh, the original Bedazzled,
yeah, she's
right?
the seductress. Mm-hmm. She's the lust.
I loved her in the movie Tortilla Soup.
I love that movie.
It's a great film, yeah. Her final film role was in 2017's How to Be a Latin Lover. She also memorably performed I'm a Woman with Cher back in 1975 on the Cher Show. They were showing clips of that on TV this morning.
She also played herself in a later season episode of Seinfeld.
Yes.
And it was hilarious. And she was like this raging bitch who would fight anyone and like it was impossible to work with. So she was sort of lampooning herself at that point.
Because Nick, she admitted, she was, there are not that many of them these days that are that classic. It's difficult to work with. I won't go on stage unless I did. There's a classic story of her, some Broadway show or something. She threw a hissy fit and said she wouldn't go on stage unless they bought her $20,000 worth of jewelry, which they did.
So,
and
she was doing that in that episode of Seinfeld, and then there was always the possibility of a cat fight, and she ended up beating up Elaine towards the end of the episode. It was a great episode.
Yeah, no, she did have her fun with it, but she was also. Do you remember the? There was a movie that she was in with Bill Cosby called Mother Jugs and Speed.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then there was the one where she played in the roller derby. God, what is the name of that one? Kansas City Bomber.
Yeah.
Yeah, where she did the roller derby stuff. Yeah.
She became a pinup, obviously, after 1 Million Years BC. But behind the glamour, the star, who was born as Jo Raquel Tejada, was a hardworking single mom whose career as a sex bomb helped her raise 2 kids after splitting from her first husband in 1964. So she was a single mom.
I remember reading some of the stories. If you think so, you think there are a lot of eyes on Hollywood now and trying to keep everybody above board, and that's apparently not working. At the time she was coming up, the amount of scumbags and slime that was going on.
Oh yeah,
she had to put up with a lot.
The actress, whose book called Beyond the Cleavage became a bestseller, previously told People magazine as she celebrated her 70th birthday in 2010. She said, "I never thought life was going to give me something for nothing." Born in Chicago to a Bolivian-born engineer and his American wife, by age 7, she said she knew I wanted to be an actress. And she continued to say, "My parents enrolled me in a theater program. You you could get away with some of the painfulness of real life, and I always had flights of fancy. Crediting her resilience to her mom, Josephine, she added at the time, "I've had a great life, and it's not over yet, but unfortunately now she's passed." But that was
she takes that
2010.
back now.
So sad news, and but what a great body of work she left behind. Jeremy Renner is promoting his 4-part Disney Plus series, Renovations, as he recovers from his snowplow accident.
Doesn't that blow your mind that you just said that sentence after this guy had a snowplow on his chest?
Yeah, he gave fans a sneak peek on Instagram Tuesday and added the caption, "Behind the scenes on Renovations. Coming soon to Disney Plus around the world. We are queuing up now with Disney and Disney Plus to launch this amazing new show. More info to come." And he said, "Thank you for your patience while I'm in the shop now working on me." The series follows Renner as he travels the world to help communities reimagine unique purpose-built vehicles.
And Casey, it's renovations.
I like it that they did that.
Renovations.
Florence Pugh won't have a new man in her life, or I'm sorry, might have a new man in her life. The Don't Worry Darling actress was seen walking hand in hand with Charlie Gooch on Valentine's Day. So Gooch and Pugh. Gooch and Pugh. I'm sorry?
Remember the Gooch from Different Strokes? He was the big bully that you never saw.
Oh, yeah.
And apparently they were wearing matching bands on their ring fingers. Photos obtained by Page Six show the Oscar nominee, who split from her longtime boyfriend Zach Braff last year, smoking a cigarette and drinking a glass of wine with her rumored new beau. Gooch was first photographed with Pugh in December when they partied the night away after the British Fashion Awards. So the pair were smiling on their latest outing in London Tuesday as they cozied up outside a quaint garden pub. Kathy, Pugh cut a casual figure in a gray sweater, loose black trousers, a gray bomber jacket, and black sneakers.
Oh, so stylish.
And she accessorized with white framed sunglasses and gold hoop earrings as she styled her highlighted tresses in loose waves.
On trend.
Her male companion opted for a gray hoodie, black jeans, a bright blue bomber jacket, and white high tops.
I don't like this guy with her. I don't think he looking at pictures of him, he looks like a Gooch.
So little is known about Gooch. One anonymous tipster said that he was an English normie who she went to school with in Oxford. However, that report
Mr. Gooch is here.
has not been confirmed as of yet. So we don't know anything about the Goocher yet. All right. Keanu Reeves recently told Wired Magazine that deep fakes and AI technology are scary.
Whoa.
The actor said that he even added clauses to his contracts to make sure that his performance isn't altered.
I've seen a number of Keanu deepfakes where they're doing like his walk from, his very purposeful walk in John Wick. He has a certain gait, and you'll see like TikTok videos and stuff pop up where you have to say, is that him really doing this?
He explained, "I don't mind if someone takes a blank out during an edit. But early on, in the early 2000s, or it might have been the 90s, I had a performance changed. They added a tear to my face, and I was just like, huh? Whoa. And it was like, I don't even have to be here.
That wasn't there.
He added, what's frustrating about that is you lose your agency. When you give a performance in a film, you know you're going to be edited, but you're participating in that. If you go into deep fake land, it has none of your points of view, and that's scary.
It's like taking the wrong pill,"
he says. Here's a story about Post Malone. He's hooked up with Impractical Jokers. It all went down just a day before Post's 2-night stint at Madison Square Garden on his headlining 12-Carat Toothache Tour. The setup was simple. At the entrance of the lot, Post and Q acted as parking attendants, joking around with a handful of unsuspecting customers looking to pick up or drop off their cars. Murr and Sal were out of sight. They were a few floors up watching everything go down on a couple of monitors. And in one scenario, Post Malone and Q convince a couple of friends that they stashed roadkill in their trunk of the car, complete with an uber-realistic dead possum.
Oh, I got to see this.
In another, Post brings out a couple's SUV after seemingly smoking weed in it, hotboxing it, filling it up with smoke.
I didn't know that that's what you call that, hot boxing.
So boss, apparently Post says, "Boss, thanks for letting me smoke that up in there." And he steps out of the passenger seat and coughing as smoke rushes out of the open doors. And then he tells the people that need the car, he says, give it about 5 to 10 if you guys don't want to get a contact high.
That's a guy I like to hang out with.
He seems cool, man. Yeah.
He's actually, he's surprising in the breadth of his talent. Like
for sure.
And he's like a massive Nirvana fan. And
he's a great musician. He really is.
Mm-hmm. By the way, to make matters worse, the female car owner says that she is allergic to tobacco, and Q says, oh, don't worry about it. It's not tobacco. I'm not sure when this airs.
Right. I think it's airing this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's cool that he's hooked up with them. Let me see what else I have for you here. All right. This is pretty messed up. Former MTV star Connor Smith is facing more legal trouble. I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah.
But an arrest warrant has been issued for the Are You the One alum after he allegedly made arrangements to have sex with a minor. Smith, who is 32, is accused of communicating with an undercover detective online who was posing as a girl under the age of 15.
This is the second time for him, right?
That's correct.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
During their exchange, Smith allegedly sent sexually explicit images and videos of himself and made arrangements to meet the girl for a sexual encounter. According to the press release, the reality star drove to meet the girl for an encounter on February 9th. Upon arrival, he was apprehended by detectives, but he fled in his vehicle. He got away. The next day, authorities issued a warrant for his arrest for 3 felonies. Police said Smith indicated that he would surrender, but has yet to do so, and a judge has set bond at $1 million after his arrest. This incident comes a little over a year after he was arrested in December 2021 for allegedly sexually assaulting a teenage girl. He was charged with 4 felonies in that. He had appeared on season 3 of Are You the One in 2015, where he and the other contestants tried to uncover their perfect match in order to win $1 million.
Yeah, I don't think we want to see his perfect match.
No, that's pretty horrible. HBO Max's Velma only debuted a couple of weeks ago, and the updated Scooby-Doo tune is already facing criticism over a joke, which apparently is in the first episode. When Velma Dinkle, the main character in the adult animation series about the origins of the future of the Mystery Incorporated gang, encounters Fred Jones, he makes an excuse for not having remembered Velma. He said, I have a disease where I can't recognize people who aren't hot. And he said, my doctor said it's basically sickle cell for rich people. And Mindy Kaling's character, the voice of Velma, says, is it called rudeness? And Fred, who's voiced by Glenn Howerton, by the way, says, it is. You're like smart. But not many viewers were laughing about it because, according to the CDC, sickle cell disease is a group of inherited red blood cell disorders which affect the shape of the cells that carry oxygen throughout the body. As a result, the patients face constant shortage of red blood cells, which can result in severe pain and other serious health complications. So they got some complaints about that.
They've changed it to SIDS now, Preston.
Oh, did they? They went to something lighter than that. But by the way, the backlash isn't the show's only challenge. On review aggregator on Rotten Tomatoes, Velma's earned a 42% based on 33 reviews. Meanwhile, the show's audience score based on more than 10,000 viewer reviews sits at just 6%.
Marissa watched it, right?
Yeah, she liked it.
You thought it was fun, right, Marissa?
Give it to Marissa. She likes it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was like watching a comedy, or a comedy special. Like it.
I mean, there's humor.
Wasn't for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, I found it very entertaining.
All right.
Okay. Let's see. Casey, you're a huge Breaking Bad
I am.
fan, and so I wanted to mention this to you. A pair of the iconic underwear worn by Bryan Cranston in Breaking Bad is expected to auction for up to $5,000. Prop Store, leading entertainment auctioning specialist, has listed the undergarments on its website. It's expected its expected buying price is $2,500 to $5,000. Starting price is $1,250. However, the pair listed is not the pair that Cranston's character Walter White wore in the famous scene from the pilot episode or at any other point in the series. Rather, the underwear is one of the pairs on display in White's closet throughout the series. The pair worn by White in the pilot already sold in 2013 for nearly $10,000, by the way.
Wow. So I'm on this propstore.com. It's pretty cool, Preston. They have all sorts of stuff. Some things appear to be up for auction, and others are just outright purchasable.
I mean, listen, just walking past the house that the Whites lived in and actually having the car washed at the car wash that they own. Like that was
you were freaking out.
Yeah, that was great.
Casey, my son, is watching Breaking Bad now, and we had dinner last night before the movie, and we were trying to. It's difficult sometimes to reconcile the timelines between Breaking Bad, which appeared as before was a TV show before Better Call Saul, but Better Call Saul takes place before Breaking Bad for the most part.
Right.
And so reconciling those timelines and what happens when can be challenging after a while. Like, when do the Salamanca show up, and when does Gus show up, and all those types of things. But both of those shows back to back are just incredible.
Yeah, and also like the timeline of Breaking Bad itself, like from the first episode to the last episode, like in what would be linear real time, isn't that much time.
Right.
Like all of that stuff happens within like 2 years max.
But
or
over
maybe
5
even
seasons.
Less. Yeah, but over 5 seasons, it took a long time to get there.
So the filmmaker behind the sequel for The Joker has released the first image of Lady Gaga in the film, who's believed to be playing the character of Harley Quinn. Todd Phillips shared the post to Instagram on Tuesday night, and it's a close-up of Gaga's character cradling Joaquin Phoenix's face. And he wrote alongside the post, "Happy Valentine's Day," sparking rumors of a love affair between the pair in the follow-up to the 2019 hit. DC Comics fueled the rumor mill, posting in reply, "Love is in the air?" ?
I'll be curious to see this. I did enjoy the first movie, but I have no desire to see it again.
Yeah,
it's gritty.
It is gritty.
Yeah. Lady Gaga also shared the image to Instagram with the caption, "Folie à Dieu." Filming of the movie is currently underway in New York and Los Angeles, and expectations are high after the first Joker film became one of the top-grossing films of all time in the DC extended universe. Phoenix also won Best Actor for his turn as Arthur Fleck.
And she is writing, I think, a sequel to the song Shiloh for this. So
Shiloh 2?
It's going to be beautiful.
Speaking of two, Peacock has renewed Poker Face for a second season.
And
Gaga, yeah.
That's true. Yes, you're right. Poker Face. On Wednesday, the streamer announced that the weekly mystery series starring Natasha Lyonne will return for a second season.
You guys are watching it, right?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's fun. It's not blow you away great, but it's
it's a fun ride.
It's crime solving, and you know what? She's really cute.
She's charismatic. Yeah,
there's something really likable about her character, and I go back and forth on Natasha Lyonne, but I'm really digging this particular character.
So
some of the premises are a little goofy, but it's fun, and big name stars in this show.
Sure. I mean, Crime of the Week, basically.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. And but I mean, like Adrian Brody's and Benjamin Bratt's in the first episode. Benjamin Bratt is going to stay through the whole run.
Nice.
And there's some other big names that are in. Chloe Sevigny was in one of them. Lil Ray.
Lil Rel Howard.
Lil Rel, that's
So
it.
Ryan Johnson's behind this?
Yeah, he's the director. He's a writer and director.
I got to check it out then.
Yeah.
He loves us.
He does love us. Andy Samberg's adult animated series Dig Man is rounding out its voice cast, and according to Variety, Maya Rudolph, Daniel Radcliffe, and Jane Lynch are among the talent that will be joining the series.
That's damn good.
Yeah, it'll premiere March 22nd on Comedy Central. And then the last thing I'm going to mention, I think, this morning is Caitlin Olsen is set to lead the ABC detective drama pilot based on a French series, HPI. And Variety reports that Rob Thomas will serve as showrunner for that.
Wait, from Matchbox?
No, I think it's a different guy.
No.
But you never know. I
mean, he was in Always Sunny, right? He was in the episode. Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah.
Maybe it's the same guy. I assumed that there was another Rob Thomas.
There might be.
Interesting.
But that's cool that she's getting her teeth into something like that. She can pull it off.
She's awesome.
She has a movie with Woody Harrelson that's coming out soon, too, called Champions.
Wow.
And they are lovers in that movie.
Okay. All right, we're ready for clips here, gang. Star Trek Picard returns for a third season of traveling through the galaxy and fighting intergalactic crime. In this clip, Sir Patrick Stewart talks about how the show has evolved.
My first scene, I didn't have a line to speak. I just had to walk along a corridor, 2 doors opened, and 2 people came out, and I looked, and one of them was Jonathan Frakes, and I looked at them, and then I walked on.
What the hell are you talking about?
So Star Trek Picard Season 3 is available now, and that's on Paramount+.
He's got such a resonant voice. It's a little wobbly now, but he's still great.
Yep. All right, next clip. Fox's new comedy, Animal Control, follows Joel McHale as a former cop turned animal control officer. Here, he explains the job.
Animal Control is a show about the people that come to your house if you've got some sort of an animal situation. Maybe a snake, could be a weasel. We will come and take it.
They were hitting that hard in the Super Bowl.
With the cougar?
Yep. Animal Control premieres tonight on Fox if you want to see that. And that's the entertainment report for today. Robert Irvine stopping by today. He's got a book out. It's all about helping you, motivating you to be successful in your business, in your life. So we'll get him here around 9 o'clock this morning and have a little chit-chat with him, which should be pretty cool. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break, come back in a moment or two, and we got a nice, bright sunshine. It's not going to last for long today because we do have some rain expected throughout the course of the morning, so heads up on that. We're going to take a break and be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
And the other guy, there are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't going to cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No, that's more. I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Mm-hmm.
Airliner. So this is back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
there's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Or
whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's thinking, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. Mm-hmm. And just
he's praying over the corrosion in his air.
Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me.
Okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. What? And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What? Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
Previous
come in a
owner
hard
could have
time.
gone down in a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went up, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it. You know?
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah.
To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are you out of your mind?
Right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
He's serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays.
Oh my God.
Are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, it's there on my back. I just made back.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That
No.
would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
You know what I mean? So there's a
fail-safe.
a built-in fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying this? Yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedure.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes. Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that, too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah, that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not
This kid walking along, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst,
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. By the way, Nick will be at a Preston and Steve Cardboard Classic pre-party tomorrow night, 8 to 10. And he's going to be at McGurk's. I love that place. I haven't been there in a while. I remember back when it was the Bent Elbow.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh,
but McGurk's in Fort Washington. And listen to this. So Nick will be there. And he's got your chance to win a VIP weekend for you and a guest at the Cardboard Classic. And here's what you get. Friday, March 3rd, you get 2 nights hotel, a Midland tent rental for both days at Montage.
Cool.
You get VIP viewing access for the Cardboard Classic and all 3 concerts, Everclear, Lit, and Fuel, plus all-day lift tickets with rentals, snow tubing passes, and merch on top of that.
That's friggin' awesome.
And Nick's going to be giving away lift tickets every 15 minutes. Shut your mouth.
That's how you do it.
They're also good for admission to the Mountain Fest concerts. So that's pretty awesome, Nick.
Yeah, and 2 weeks from tomorrow is Cardboard Classic. I'm really excited. I'm very excited to have it at Montage this year. You know, it's obviously our first time doing it, and they are excited to have us come up. So if you can, tomorrow night, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. at McGurk's, because it'll be a really good time and some awesome prizes.
Yeah, and that Cardboard Classic, this is a new experience for us.
Yeah.
We're going to, I'm hoping, knock on wood, and we have a lot of amazing people that help make things like that go over well, but I'm hoping for the best. But it's going to be get up there and see. Let's see what happens.
You know what? We haven't been able to do it for years. Just that alone is awesome. I know there's we usually don't have any sort of, how's it going to go? Because we know, but this is a new thing. But all of the extra things added to the experience, just so terrific.
It's exciting. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. So details, WMMR.com. In fact, you can text the word cardboard to 39333 if you want some of the details. All right, I got stories in and around our area. I think it's time to take a stroll down the street.
He's pounding the street on those oh-so-kissable feet. It's the city beat.
All right. We're going to start at the shore. And I saw this story yesterday, and you guys all sent it to me as well, because this is just classic. And something, I mean, come on. We've all known about these boardwalk games, right?
In fact, dare I say it's part of the charm knowing you're being played.
But a Jersey Shore game operator who was caught overinflating basketballs and displaying prizes that were impossible to win has been banned from business for 10 years.
Good.
And fined $15,000 for violating the state's amusement games licensing law.
I like that she's banned.
Yeah. And listen, the games are already hard enough as it is, right? So that's the thing. These basketball games, the rims, right? When you're just looking at it, they look like they're fine, but they're not. They're oblong. They're more like oval shaped.
It's virtually impossible.
Just let someone win the big teddy bear once in a while.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Now, there's also the ones, Casey, I'm assuming, because you have some basketball rims that are low, and but they also have the ones that are high up, and those things are like 12 feet up in the air.
Yeah, they're not 10 feet rims.
Yeah.
But like so there is one, and by the way, the shops at Maury's, they're fine. And I guarantee you, all the shops at all the Maury's piers, they are all
above
within
order.
code and above order, right? Because they know what they're doing over there. These shady ones that are along the boardwalk, I hate them, right? So
the ones where their nutsacks hang out of their shorts, right?
Well, that was a traveling.
That was a traveling carnival.
That was in
but
front of the
I know,
table. But I saw this one thing happen, and it pissed me off so bad because I was watching, and so they have these. You can win basketball jerseys, right? And if you make this hoop, you win a basketball jersey. But this person, what they'll do is they wait for you to shoot, and then they kind of casually walk in front of you.
Oh,
as you're about to shoot. And I'm like, guys, it's already difficult without you essentially playing defense.
Right,
Do you
right.
know what I mean?
Right.
And I was like, that is shady as crap, man.
So Christine Strothers is this person's name, and she received 7 licenses to operate basketball and quarterback challenge games on the boardwalks in Wildwood and North Wildwood last year. And inspectors found some basketballs had up to 3 times the amount of recommended air, according to Attorney General Matthew J. Platkin. The game operators are required to follow manufacturers' inflation recommendations. Failing to do so decreases a player's chance to win because basketballs may bounce off the backboard or rim unevenly.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit dicey, too, Steve, because I think they're preying upon kids, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes the parents are there handing the $10, but like a lot of the times it's some 13, 14-year-old kid whose mom or dad gave him like $30 to go play on the boardwalk, and then they waste all 30 of their dollars thinking that they're going to be able to win.
I was always told, though, these are always, I was always hip to the fact that they were shady.
Even at like 13, 12, 11 years old?
Like the ring toss on the bottles and stuff like that, or the ping pong ball into the...
This isn't that.
Yeah,
this is
similar.
something-
They're all sort of... They're all scamish.
Yeah.
By the way, the ring toss onto the bottle.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
I mean, it's a fluke.
Yeah.
Yeah. it has to be a miraculous moment where.
Right.
But they
it just
give you
times
a
out perfectly.
bucket, right? They give you a bucket.
Yeah.
It's, like half the fun is just chucking the things onto the bottles.
Oh.
And you can take a handful of them and you throw them all at once.
And you have just as good a chance as if you aim and try to just do it perfectly. Sometimes I'll take the entire bucket and just
throw it over,
up in the
just for the
air.
hell of it.
Yeah.
I always
You have the same amount of chance.
I always look for the dude who will actually demonstrate that it can be done. The guy who's manning the booth, right? And that's always, maybe I have a shot.
So the state's legalized Games of Chance Control Commission has sought to crack down on overinflated basketballs in recent years. In 2021, all basketball game operators were informed that they would be fined if the balls were not inflated properly upon inspection. And here's another thing that this woman did. Struthers violated regulations on displaying prizes.
Yeah.
One of her games showcased stuffed animals that could not be won. You have no chance to win. And on another occasion, she failed to display any prizes that could be won, investigators said. Another time, an undercover investigator allegedly did not immediately receive change after paying $20 to play a quarterback challenge game, and it had cost $10.
I remember that it was one of those dart in the star or whatever the hell it is. It's one of those, another impossible one. And I remember this particular booth, Preston, they actually had a stereo up as a winnable prize.
Yeah, right.
Like, what?
Yeah.
And I never have understood the, do you have to win? You got to win 2 smalls to get a medium, and then you got to win 2 mediums to get a large. And
I'm not going for a law degree here. How do I win the bear?
But I do like those ones, and they have them at Maury's where somebody wins every time, right? So, like, when you have, like, the water, you got to shoot the water gun through the little hole.
Or the clown's mouth. Yeah.
Somebody that is playing is going to win.
There you
right?
go.
Yep, winner every time.
Yeah.
Casey and I shot, we endorse Maurice Piers, and we shot some commercials there the past couple of years. And last year, the big hot ticket item was the seagull with the French fry in his mouth, with the
Was it
curlies.
Sonny the Seagull, I believe.
And I think you could get that at the water game, Casey.
Yep, you could. And you could win a smaller one or a bigger one. You won me a smaller one.
I did.
Oh,
and you gave it back.
It's like the beginning of Three's Company.
Yeah.
It was kind of like that, yeah.
But, yeah, and you know what? Have you guys ever tried to purchase a stuffed animal from will they budge if you're
I have.
Look, I'll give you $50 for one of those. My kid really wants that or something.
Only because I saw someone else purchase something, and it was at a fireman's fair, and it was so they're a little bit more charitable, I think.
Right. State inspectors, by the way, visit each of amusement game licensee at least once a year. Anyone who suspects an amusement game is in violation of state regulations can file a complaint online.
The thing is, those games are fun. All of them at some level. It's like, and even if it's stacked against you, like for example, the knocking over the bottles with the softball.
Yep.
The softball is actually light and the bottles are heavy.
Yes.
And it's
probably my favorite game to try.
Yeah.
And I've never been able to do it because you not only have to knock them over, you got to knock them off sometimes.
Yeah.
And you just have to land it perfectly for that to end up happening.
Do you ever do the sledgehammer on the pad and try to ring the bell?
Yeah,
I've done that.
Strongman, yeah. I love that.
They have one that I'm not going to try because I know how weak I am, but you can hang from a bar, and you got to try and hang from this bar for the longest time.
I've seen people doing that one, and I've never stopped to even find out what the objective is.
The other one that seems pretty attainable is flicking the quarter onto the plates.
Yes.
But
I've done that. I think I've actually at Adventureland in Long Island, Kathy. I don't know if you remember this place.
I remember. That was that's why I used to love going back to New York was for
to go to Adventureland. It was one of these like small quasi family fun centers.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Was it Joe Dirt where he would go around and spray Pam on those on the plate?
So it'd slide off.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Yeah.
Right?
All those little scam tricks.
Hang on a second here. I have a call. This is Mike wants to check in. Yo, Mike. Morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey, what's up, my man?
I had a buddy of mine. His name's Eddie McConnell. He might be listening. So Eddie's a combat Marine.
All right.
He goes to the BB gun game where you have to shoot out the Red Star.
Yeah, one of my all-time favorite arcade games.
Only person I've ever heard of actually winning the game, right? So he knocks out the star. The guy doesn't believe him. He starts arguing with him. He goes, listen, there's not a piece of red fiber on the entire piece of paper.
Yeah.
45-minute argument goes back and forth. Eventually, the guy calls the owner, I guess like that woman who owns the actual game.
Yeah.
And then eventually it got to the point where they just gave him a big giant teddy bear and were like, beat it.
I mean, you have a Marine, a Marine telling you that they shot it, and that's the thing. And you're right, Mike. They will contest. They'll say they see red, and there's no red. It's obviously. He should have just given the bear immediately, let the guy go, because you're creating more of a stink. And then as people walking by, they're seeing someone argue, and well, don't go there. This guy's clearly a prick.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep. you gotta listen. It's a freaking stuffed bear.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
And they're crap. They're not. Yeah. You're not getting like Vermont teddy bears.
Right.
You're getting something, some person being held captive in Indonesia.
But this gal at Wildwood Boardwalk has been banned for 10 years and fined $15,000.
Banned from just Wildwood or all of New Jersey or all of the world?
Banned from business for 10 years, fined $15,000 for violating the state's amusement games licensing law. So I got to believe it's in New Jersey.
Let's have her bring her stuff to our parking lot.
Yeah, you're going to see her up in Montauk next.
Yeah.
Do they have those in Montauk?
No.
Okay.
There's no Boardwalk.
Is there no Boardwalk?
No. It's not like that.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what else we got here in City Beat. I got some good stuff for you this morning. The Rittenhouse Hotel has earned a 5-star rating for the first time.
Yay!
From the Forbes Travel Guide, joining the Four Seasons Hotel, Philadelphia at Comcast Center, is the only city hotels to receive the prestigious mark this year.
Is that right on Rittenhouse Square, like across
It is.
Rouge?
It's almost directly across, a little bit to the left if you have your back to Rouge.
Did we have an affair there? Did we have a...
Yes, we did.
It was the
Beasley.
Yes,
our company had an event there.
It's a lovely hotel.
It's beautiful. Rochelle and I did a night in the city. Years ago. It was for our anniversary. It was when our kids were babies at that point, and we went and we spent the night. We stayed at the Rittenhouse, and our plan was to go out and do stuff in the city. We stayed in our suite the whole night.
Oh, yeah.
It was so nice.
Sign of a good hotel.
It was so wonderful. And when we bucked up, we wanted to get something nice. And we're like, there's no way we're paying for this and not going to spend time here. Just go out in the city. So we ended up, they have an amazing restaurant there, which, by the way, is called La Croix. And that received a 4-star rating as well. But we ended up just getting room service. Because there was a dining room table in our room and everything, and we just stayed there. It was great.
The Four Seasons and this are now the two multi-award-winning
5-star from Forbes Travel Guide.
All right.
I've done a few press conferences or press junkets at the Rittenhouse Hotel. Kathy and I met Bruce Willis there a decade ago. I did it for maybe the 4th Die Hard movie. And then
He loved us.
He loved us, yeah.
Hated the people who were with you.
Correct.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Which in turn made him love Nick and I because we were polite.
Yeah, we were with some people who were less polite and asking about how much money Bruce had in the bank account.
Okay.
And then I did one for Many Saints in Newark with Michael Gandolfini. But shoot, I was going to ask you about staying there, Preston. Did you do the whole weekend?
No, it was just an overnight thing.
Okay. Because if I am going to splurge like that, I like having 2 nights so that I can have the entire next day. If I don't want to go anywhere. And we all got a tour of the Four Seasons when it opened.
God.
I haven't stayed there, but man, would I love to.
That tour, that pool alone.
Oh, my God.
That is up above the skyline of Philadelphia. It's in one of those infinite pools.
Yes.
And it goes right up to the glass. It's like ethereal.
Yeah, and you're like 64 stories up or whatever. Yeah, it's great. Great views.
So the 2023 Travel Guide also awarded a 5-star rating to Jean Georges Restaurant located on the 59th floor of the Four Seasons for the first time. The Rittenhouse Hotel, which opened in 1989, received a 4-star rating last year, sits on the edge of Rittenhouse Square, offers scenic views of the city. It's within walking distance of the busiest shopping district.
Yeah.
Forbes wrote about the Rittenhouse. Philadelphia is a city of many stories, and a stay at the Rittenhouse reflects the area's multifaceted vibe, historic and elegant, yet modern and full of life, with a central location that gives quick access to all the city sites, restaurants, and neighborhoods. Sitting on green-filled Rittenhouse Square, the hotel has a Tony and Urban locale.
Okay, Tony and Tina.
But inside, it feels fresh and intimate.
I would say, my line of thinking is always get the best, the best hotel you can if you're going on vacation, only because for that very reason, Preston, you said, so let's say the weather's crappy or whatever, if your hotel has all the amenities you're looking for, you'll still have a good time. I'm still waiting for Forbes. I have a cot in my detached garage, and Forbes is supposed to rate that as well.
Supposed to swing by there for that. The travel guide noted that renovations the Rittenhouse Hotel underwent in 2013 and 2018, which added suites that overlooked the square and gave the hotel's design a softer touch. Forbes inspectors gave high praise to the hotel's library bar, which serves small bites and craft cocktails. Patrons can sit on leather bar stools, enjoy the atmosphere, and looking at the selection of vintage books and art. And the main restaurant, La Croix, received a 4-star rating. It's been considered one of the best dining destinations in the city since it opened in 2003.
There are residences within the Rittenhouse Hotel as well. You can buy condos there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just found one that's 1 bedroom, 1.5 bath. It's only $1.3 million.
That's a steal.
That's not bad.
Wow.
Do they have washer dryer?
Does not say.
By the way, the restaurant La Croix is best known for its weekend brunch.
It means the Croix?
Forbes, no, La is part of.
Oh, okay.
How's
that.
Croix
It's not
spelled?
La. What's that?
How's Croix spelled?
LaCroix. LaCroix.
Like the beverage?
Like the beverage.
Yeah.
LACROIX.
Okay, so everybody I know calls that beverage LaCroix.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Am I pronouncing it incorrectly?
No, you're pronouncing it correctly.
So we're all pronouncing it wrong.
Correct.
Okay.
Aha!
That means the cross, by the way.
So Forbes also made note of the Rittenhouse Spa and Club, which includes full-service salon from Paul Lebruquier.
What's your story?
Who operates just 3 locations in the U.S. The 15,000 square foot space, which is part of the $12 million renovation project, is a big draw for travelers looking for a spa offering luxury skincare products. There's 116 rooms and
Feel like I'm
suites,
floating on clouds.
many of which include dressing rooms and large bathrooms. The third-floor suites have a private hallway entrance lined with Philly-themed books as well. So that's cool, man. That's a good spot for you. And if you want to do something special, I think it's cool going into, if you live outside of a city, going into that city for a weekend. Make it, stay there.
So you can check out the stuff you never get a chance to check out.
Yeah.
I agree.
By the way, the Four Seasons earned a 5-star rating for the 3rd consecutive year. Its spa also received a 5-star rating, making the Four Seasons one of 14 hotels in the world that have 5-star destinations for its hotel service, restaurant, and spa. But congratulations, the Rittenhouse.
Yay!
That's awesome. Good for you guys. All right, what else we got here? City Beat is where we are, folks. I thought this was pretty great. Now, we're going to swing out west. We're going to go north and west. We're going to go to Allentown.
Okay.
For this particular
That's a city.
And there's an Allentown couple whose romance made headlines 40 years ago before ending up on the silver screen. Their love story is memorialized in a basement gallery that they have. Tony Toto is the male in the couple, and he says, everything you see is a memory. And he and his wife, Frances, will celebrate 57 years of marriage. Now, you're going to love hearing what story this is.
All right.
So Tony said, we've been blessed that we had all these years. There was the one time when we had a rough time. And when Tony says they had a rough time, he's putting it mildly. The year was 1983. Tony and Frances had 4 kids and a pizza shop. And then Tony strayed from the marriage, and Frances found out. What happened next is something out of a movie, and Hollywood thought so too. They turned the Toto's troubles into a feature film called...
what is the title? It's with Kevin Kline and Keanu Reeves and...
I Love You to Death.
I Love You to Death, yes.
That was the movie.
I didn't know that was based on a true story.
Allentown.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
And Tracy Ullman.
Yeah.
Yep.
Reggie.
Oh, my God, that scene is hilarious. While not everything in the movie is accurate, Frances did hire teenage hitmen to help try to kill Tony 5 times.
Oh, my gosh.
Including failed attempts to blow up his car and attack him with a baseball bat. And those are in the movie.
They are.
Wow.
I didn't realize that was... I thought it was suggested by, but that seems to be pretty much the story.
I love that movie, and I had no idea that it was from a true story. So
William Hurt is very good in it as well.
One night, Frances put a bottle of sleeping pills in Tony's food, and then the hitmen shot him. That happens in the movie.
Right.
Tony said twice. One in the back of my head, and one of the bullets went through my chest. And Frances said, I don't think I was thinking straight. It was like I was a love-hate kind of thing. And this is also in the movie as well. because of the pills, the sleeping pills that she had drugged him with.
Oh my God.
Tony's system slowed down. He was in a daze. He said he didn't feel anything. And he would believe Frances when she told him he had the flu. This is all in the movie.
What?
After 5 days, the police found out about the plot and arrested Frances and the teenage hitman as well. Tony spent 12 days in the hospital. The first thing he did when he was discharged was to bail his wife, Frances, out of jail.
Well, that's a love story.
Yeah.
You forgive each other.
Wait, and they stayed together?
They are still together, 57 years.
What year did I Love You to Death come out? It was in the 90s,
Yeah, it was
wasn't
in
it?
the 90s, for sure, yeah. He had said, Tony said, we both cry and we say to each other, from now on, let's talk. That's funny. Let's talk and let's communicate
Before
better.
I shoot you.
He said something that we should have done before. So that was what was missing.
Wow.
Shot him twice, tried to blow up the car, drugged him, hit him with a baseball bat, all this stuff. And Tony and Frances said that tearful moment was a new beginning for their relationship and helped them stay on track, and they got counseling after that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But she had to pay for what she did. She spent 4 years in prison.
Well, yeah, a lot of that is illegal.
I mean, can you live a happy life after that?
They apparently have.
I'll tell you what, as far as a litmus test goes, if you can survive that, you're pretty good.
They talked on the phone every day. And then in 1990, there was a silver lining to their dark cloud. I Love You to Death hit the theaters, and it was a big hit. Siskel and Ebert gave it 2 thumbs up.
I mean, think about, remember the one time you forgot to get me a Valentine's Day card?
Right, yeah.
This is remember that time you shot me?
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. Tony and Frances traveled to movie premieres around the world. They were featured in thousands of newspapers and magazine articles, and 40 years later, things are much quieter.
Yeah, I got to watch that movie again.
Yeah, it's great. Tony assembled a gallery as proof of that. And the couple said that they know their situation is 1 in a million, and many people won't agree with it or understand it. And while they stopped talking publicly about what happened long ago, they wanted to share their story now as an extreme example of the importance of communication in a marriage.
Shy of being shot.
Yeah.
What you ever have someone burn your stuff, or you in a relationship where someone took real dramatic retribution? I have not.
I'm trying to think if there was ever any vandalism. That's usually
usually it, right?
The easy go-to. I mean, there's that Carrie Underwood song where she beats the dude's car up, and that's kind of the retribution.
Yeah.
No, I've never had it happen to me.
Yeah, and you'd remember if you'd been shot in the head.
Yeah, I think so. But that is a pretty damn funny story. So Tony and Frances Toto, they are celebrating 57 years of marriage after she tried to have him killed 5 different times.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, too.
Do you think he's straight since then?
Wow. Oh, my
no,
God.
No, after getting shot? No, I think that was good. I think that was the end of it.
Yeah, or at least he goes, okay, now I know how to do it. It's pretty wild.
One more City Beat story to share with you, and then we're going to take a break. Apple Studios film crews are scheduled to be in Upper Bucks County. I think they might have been there this week, actually, for 2 multi-day shoots that will detour roads in Bedminster and Tinicum Townships. And it appears the streamer may be in the area of the film Sinking Spring, an upcoming crime drama directed by Ridley Scott.
Ridley Scott's awesome.
And Peter Craig. And Peter Craig wrote last year's Top Gun Maverick.
Man, I'd love to get Ridley Scott in the studio.
So PennDOT put out
an
advisory noting that a stretch of Route 113, which is Bedminster Road, will be closed for filming from February 14th through the 18th, and then the 21st through the 23rd. What's today? The 16th, so it must be happening now. Last September, Deadline reported that Sinking Spring will be based on a novel called Dope Thief by Philadelphia native Dennis DeFoya. The story follows a group of delinquent grifters from Philly who pose as DEA agents to rob petty drug dealers.
So there are a couple of things that, they wrapped up, Servant's been wrapped up for a while. What else is being shot actively in the area? I mean, there's always something going on. I know, I think M. Night Shyamalan, I think his daughter, who directed a number of episodes of Servant, is directing her first feature, and I think it's being shot in the area.
Is it?
Yeah.
I just saw that. I follow her on Instagram, and I saw they were
She's
all
really
posting.
good.
Yeah.
So more on this story. These guys pose as DEA agents to rob drug dealers, and when they target a house in the countryside, they become embroiled in the workings of a hidden narcotics network that spans the eastern seaboard and puts their lives in the crosshairs of serious enemy out of the revenge. I want to point out that this hidden narcotics network is in Upper Bucks County, Casey.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
So
that's cool, man.
The Sinking Spring cast is led by Brian Tyree Henry, the newly Oscar-nominated star of Causeway and the FX series Atlanta, and Amir Arison, who's had a long run playing an FBI agent on NBC's Blacklist and recently wrapped a stint on Broadway in The Kite Runner.
It also has Michael Mando in it, who played Nacho Vargas in Breaking or Better Call Saul.
That's correct. And Marin Ireland from Amazon's Sneaky Pete, Netflix's Umbrella Academy, and Kate Mulgrew from Netflix's Orange is the New Black. So if you see some road closures in Bedminster and Tinicum townships, might be that they're shooting a movie over there. Yeah. So.
Tinicum is like where I drive through when I go to my friend's house who lives on the farm up in kind of like Upper Black Eddy area. It's so
beautiful.
Yeah, on the river, and it's just nice out
Perfect
there.
place for an underground drug network, right?
Yeah. Delco's Tinicum is on the river and really nice too.
It is on the river.
But is this another one where there are two? Yeah. There's a Delco Tinicum and a Bucksco Tinicum.
Yeah. So Tinicum is the city, or is it?
Tinicum Township.
Oh, it's the township.
There's Tinicum, there's Essington, Eddystone. They're all like boom, boom, boom from each other. But also, Nick, there was a new town.
Yes.
And a new town square.
Right.
That was designed by William Penn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, I think you should go around to your Delco counties, like Tinicum, take a picture there. I'll go to Tinicum, Bucks County, take a picture.
Who wore it better?
Who wore it better? Yeah.
Right.
Well, listen, I mean, you can frame any picture to make it look beautiful. I will find the one flower in Tinicum, Delco. Set it up in like portrait mode.
Yeah.
It'll look good. It'll look really good.
Yep. All right, so Ridley Scott's filming in the area. So I thought these were interesting stories from in and around the greater Philadelphia region.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a city beat.
Yes.
And so thank you for joining in on that. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second to get more stories in the form of the bizarre file to share with you. A little bit later on this morning, Mr. Robert Irvine will be stopping in to tell us about his new book. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Anybody, I mean, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, no, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I could see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say, ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No, the standard
people.
thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. Looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just. We just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal preference.
I don't think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what do you want your server?
It.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carting everyone as we were walking in. And I was with Elisa. We're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see our ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
Clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart, then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
Like and vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Yeah, they got poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. She said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm in the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said so they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to comment?
I'm in the Church of Satan, too.
Maryland, man. And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker.
Makes sense.
He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping up.
I'm also a Nazi.
This week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, it
lights up
to
like
my
my
heart.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's so...
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes. Yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the pout anymore. It does it automatically.
They're close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. I don't know. Who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of
wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
It's too expensive.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly elaborate process.
It's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
so you know what a glow necklace is, obviously, right? Like glow. Yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
and make
necklace.
it different colors?
I see what you're saying.
The pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
Yeah. You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
Not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God, shut up.
No,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Trying to get something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need light? Here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or something?
Tiny flashlight.
Wait.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try that.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist.
Little
Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of It goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, it looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Teigen, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
But Preston,
Wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met.
Ever.
No
Well,
question.
great guy.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
It's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal. Sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die.
WMMR.
All right, before we get to the B-File, Steve wants to mention an event coming up.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yes, it's the first time we're doing this. It's through Max Fund, which is my wife's charity. It benefits animal charities throughout the tri-state area. It's the Kitten Cuddle Party, Thursday, February 23rd from 6 to 9 p.m. It's at the Living Room and Cricket Cafe, which is right in Ardmore. It's a really cool venue. Very chill vibe. There are actually couches and chairs and so on and so forth. But the basic gist of it is we're bringing in some cats and kittens, courtesy of Kitten Snatchers of Philly. They're a fine animal organization at kittensnatchers.org. We're going to have an open bar featuring a Revivalist Spirits, Clear Rum, Dewey Beer, and Chadford Winery. We're going to have the Harvest Seasonal Grill, which is awesome, providing the food and nothing but cakes, Kathy. We'll be providing the dessert, music from the School of Rock of the Main Line. And really, your ticket price gets you all of that for the evening. You'll hang out and cuddle cats, de-stress, hopefully feel better at the end of the evening. And all the cats, as I said before, are adoptable. All of the information is on my social media. It's also on PrestonandSteve.com. And you can get tickets through the QR code or go to MaxFun.com or PrestonandSteve.com. We'd love to see you. It's next Thursday. The whole idea is hanging with like-minded feline fans, and it'll be a great time. As casual as it gets, but doing a good thing. It's in conjunction with Cats, by the way, which is coming to the Miller Theater at the Kimmel Center March 14th to the 19th. So it's they're making a donation to Max Fund, and that's kind of why this event is occurring. And it's an ultimate good all the way around. But this is something that we've always wanted to do, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So get your tickets. We'd love to see you there.
All right, week from today. All right, let's do the B-File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Painting Pups. They deliver the highest quality craftsmanship and service when painting your home. You can ask about 0% financing options and book a free estimate today at paintingpups.com. A man accused of arson told Bloomington, Indiana police that he set his car on fire to discourage people from stealing from it.
Well, it worked.
Police responded to a report of a suspicious person just after midnight in the parking lot of an apartment complex. An officer said that he found a man standing next to a 1998 Buick that was on fire.
Try to steal stuff now.
The man, identified as Austin Bristow, reportedly told an officer that the vehicle was his, and he set it on fire to stop people from stealing items from inside of it.
Honey, you can get out of the car now.
As police were talking to Bristow, the car became engulfed in flames, and the fire caused several small explosions. At one point, Bristow reportedly said, "I hoped the explosions would be bigger," as he watched the vehicle burn.
My guess is he didn't crunch the numbers on all of this.
Court documents state that Bristow started the fire by cutting the fuel line, dumping gas and oil onto the car, and setting a bandana on fire and then throwing it into the trunk. Austin then stated that if there was nothing left of the vehicle, then there would be nothing left to steal. Police arrested Bristow on a preliminary charge of arson. And when searching him, they found several packed syringes and yellow powder he identified as benzodiazepine.
Okay.
And he was then booked on arson, plus additional charges of unlawful possession of syringe, hypodermic needle, and controlled substance as well.
Here's a guy trying to make a stand against crime, and they arrest him.
Look what happened.
It just doesn't make sense.
An Indiana daycare director was fired after she allegedly admitted to doling out melatonin to lull children to sleep without parental approval. The former head
Who wants brandy?
The former head of Kids Life Child Care Ministry at the New Life Church is facing multiple charges after she and another worker allegedly gave 17 small kids, whose ages range from 1 to 4, melatonin gummies without their parents' sign-off.
Listen, we got to knock these little bastards out.
That's pretty much what
I'm
it was.
going out of my mind.
So the pastor of the church told local police that after he had learned the alleged gummy distribution was going on from mid-December through the end of January, Pastor David Falk told police that he fired 52-year-old Tanya Rachel Voris after she admitted to giving out the melatonin to some of the kids, though the other workers still had a job following the revelation. Now, Voris got the idea when one parent allowed her to use melatonin to help her child at nap time. Voris was pleased with the results and started giving the gummies out to other kids.
I like this.
Here's your snack.
Boris was charged with 11 counts of neglect of a dependent and 6 counts of reckless supervision by a child care provider.
Today we're going to huff paint.
Wow. Luxury hair care brand Olaplex is being sued by nearly 30 customers who allege that the product severely damaged their hair or left them with blisters and bald spots.
I'm freaking out.
Kathy
Is that what you
uses
I use
Olaplex.
it.
Really?
I guess.
Can I see your bald spots?
No, I don't have bald spots. I don't think that I'm being affected the way some of these people are, but I did talk to my salon and they said that they think the people are using it, overusing it, using it every single day. Some of the products are not meant to be used every day, and so they think that was their advice to me.
Is it a conditioner or what is it?
It's a number of products. They have a whole line and everything.
So the Olaplex brand, widely available in popular beauty stores and online, is marketed to restore damaged hair and protect against breakage. However, the
My
lawsuit
blistered bald patches look fabulous.
alleges that products did the opposite, causing allergic reactions. Some plaintiffs said that they were left with dry, brittle, frizzy, and dull hair. One woman said the treatment made her hair look like it had been cut with a weed whacker.
So I have a friend that used it, and that's
what happened?
That's what happened. The ends broke so bad that it looked like she tried to cut her own hair.
Does it? So you think this is more like an allergic reaction to some of the chemicals?
Well, some of them, yeah, because people are getting blisters and their hair's falling out and they're getting bald patches.
I tell you what, for a brief period I was dyeing my hair, had my hair dyed platinum blonde. I looked like Roy Batty from a Blade Runner, and that lye, whatever the hell they put on my head, burned like a mother. It was unbelievable.
Well, and I'll tell you what, I don't think that I'm getting this reaction, but it makes me want to stop using it. Unfortunately, this is probably only happening because I think the number of people in the lawsuit is 30. It's not just thousands of people, but still,
you'll play the odds.
People are going to stop using it just to be safe,
Plaintiff Jessica Ariana said, "I've never in my life experienced anything like this. It's devastating." The 44-year-old said she used it for 2 months and lost 20% of her hair. She said, "I'm outside daily. I walk, run, started to feel the wind and air on my scalp in places I've never felt it." Olaplex denies the allegations and defends the safety and efficacy of their products, by the way.
That sucks.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes the situation just calls for a cold one. And just before midnight, sheriff's deputies, something had caught their eye. It was a black Mercedes-Benz parked in the opposite lane. The vehicle was just sitting there. Lights on, no traffic causing the stoppage. Deputies crept up behind the car, flicked their flashing lights, and tried to determine if the vehicle might have been abandoned. And as they approached the vehicle, they found 40-year-old Michael Soretta sitting alone in the passenger seat. Beer cans littered the vehicle's floor and lined the front cup holders. 24 packs of Michelob Ultra and Bud Light were torn into and drained, and casualties were visibly scattered at Soretta's feet. Now, deputies attempted to begin a line of dialogue, but according to the arrest report, Soretta was unable to speak due to his level of intoxication. Now in need of support, Cape Coral Police assistance was requested, and the deputy waited for backup. And then came the unmistakable sound of in plain view of deputies. Serrata reached into the pile of fallen aluminum soldiers, pulled out a hidden treasure, and unopened beer.
We got a live one.
Deputies decided Serrata had clearly reached his limit, declared that it was the last call, and they reached out to remove the beverage from him. And at the risk of spilling his beer, Serrata began to fight back until deputies were able to remove him from the vehicle. Even the security of handcuffs did little to dispel his growing aggressions. At one point, deputies used their taser to subdue the agitated opponent, but it had, quote, zero effect, the police said, when striking him in the back. Deputies resorted to physically restraining him until their support came. With the situation under control, Serrata was taken to a Lee County hospital. After sustaining scratches and scrapes during the altercation, he was taken into custody, and he was booked in the county jail.
I'm surprised how little tasers work. You'll see them, and the report after report of them tasing someone, they get up and take off. And then we had the other side of the coin, Preston. They tase that dude with fuel in his backpack.
Yeah, catch him on fire.
Yeah.
And sometimes it'll kill some people. But, I mean, I think the guy was so absolutely polluted that it just, like, his nerves weren't even
that feels good.
doing anything. Yeah, so it had very little effect on him. That is the last story I have in the bizarre file for you. But you know what I do have? Some passes to see the movie Cocaine Bear. And we'll take callers 10, 11, and 12. And the screening is coming up next Wednesday.
I'm taking the whole family.
7 p.m. at PFS East. And it's Universal Pictures presenting this event. So we'll take callers 10, 11, 12, 215-263 WMMR. You'll get the movie passes. It's rated R. Cocaine Bear will be in theaters on February 24th. We will come back in just a moment and hang out because Robert Irvine's stopping in and a bunch of other things. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. What's going on in the world of rock?
He adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, so I say cooking.
Cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Casey is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be
It's
a
gonna
total.
be after the
It's
whole
gonna be a
game.
total at the
All
end.
right.
So.
Question two.
right.
While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English.
Okay.
Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing and whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes. You have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. That's shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we, Preston and myself. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves, which is also what I did. I thought it was me.
Wow. Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
They don't have that much time, so...
the guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel, I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one, there's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Oh. Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
Yeah.
If we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could
And
you?
waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So there you go.
There you go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man. All right, 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy?
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases. Or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last.
Steve.
He's last.
Yes.
He goes last. So
that's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay, Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people go.
You're right. Oh, my.
She's right. This is a hypothetical. I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think, like, right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show, or the Kathy and Steve, or Nick and Steve, or Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah. All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right. Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without?
Oh.
15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick?
Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So Steve, the answer is
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Hey, by the way, if you have not heard yet, we'd made the concert announcement earlier this week of Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. 2 shows, Citizens Bank Park this summer, Wednesday, August 16th, Friday, August 18th. We are going to be giving away tickets all next week. And it's going to be every weekday starting Monday. So what we're doing is called the Springsteen Grand Slam. And there will be a featured Bruce song at 9, 2, 5, and 8. So 9 a.m., 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 8 p.m. You keep track of all 4 song titles and then be the correct caller at 8 a.m. the next morning with us. And you got a shot at winning that.
My guess is these tickets are going to be highly coveted.
Oh, yeah. So you can actually go to WMMR.com for details. A cheat sheet and another chance to win. So if for some reason you can't be listening the entire time, you can get some information at WMMR.com that'll help you win that prize. Okay, so that starts on Monday morning, and then tickets go on sale Tuesday, February 28th at phillies.com/Springsteen. So I'm looking forward to getting that underway. Starting on Monday.
Yes, absolutely.
Very cool. I have a couple of shout outs I need to do. Man, I've gotten
backed up on
way
your sharts.
behind. I apologize, gang. And some of them I've let slip through and they're gone. And I apologize for that. But this one's in advance. This is from Christopher Bauer. He says, if possible, I'm requesting a shout out around February 27th. So I'm way in advance of that. But it says, for my coworkers at the Bryn Mawr Hospital Cardiac Cath EP Neuro Lab. I'm a nurse there, and I'll be out at least 6 weeks to recover from shoulder surgery.
Oh, wow.
On February 27th. So that's when the surgery is taking place. So in advance, he said, they got to pick up my slack while I'm gone, and the least I can do is give them a juicy, he farted in my face, shout out.
Okay. He farted in my face.
Thank you, and keep it in nooch. This is from Christopher Bauer, by the way. So
6 weeks, man.
Yeah, you'll be in nooch.
Yeah,
for
you'll be in
6
nooch.
weeks, dude, just chilling
The
out
noocher.
and recovering. So, and by the way, he spelled nooch Nooch.
You can take that.
I like that. I actually prefer that. I prefer that spelling. Keep it in nooch. Here's a shout out. Says, been listening to you guys religiously since 2010. Been to numerous blood drives, pop balloons, and sex positions with a stranger at a painfully single mixer. Sucked ranch dressing, soaked balls on stage at Eggs with Peg, and have been paddle spanked by Preston at a sorority sister party. And I was hoping for a birthday shout out. This is on February 16th, so I'm a couple days late with this. And she also says possibly a little help, too. Said, I know you guys are a rock station, but also your reach is to a wide audience. Can you see if anyone listening is selling Taylor Swift tickets to any of the Philly or New Jersey shows?
Casey, go back to the office. I have a drawer full of Taylor Swift.
She says, long shot, but I'm desperate to take my 11-year-old daughter, Lily, who listens to you guys with my mom. Hi, grandmom. And my bonus daughter, Danielle. And she says, if they are, can you give them my info? And then she signed it just like Ronnie saying, love you guys, Mandy S. So, Mandy, here's your shout out. And
she clearly is a big-time listener.
I don't know about the Taylor Swift.
Yeah, it's a tough,
That's a tall order.
The initial ticket rollout was so effortless and successful.
Hey, I got this, and I'm late on this, and I apologize to Maura Beer, who got in touch, and I think it was they were taking Thon weekend donations, or she was. She's involved in Thon, and she had said it's only 10 days away. When was this sent? When is Thon? Is that this weekend?
Is it?
It's nowish.
I think it might be going on very, very soon. But anyhow, she said, we as captains need to reach a wide audience, and therefore I was wondering if you guys had time at all this week or next week to explain everything on air. You guys give a butt plug and information about how to donate.
Starts tomorrow at 4 p.m., runs through Sunday, the 19th. And Penn State does it every year, and it just gets bigger and better every year.
Man, she said last year we raised over $13,750,000. 100% of these proceeds benefit the families. This year, our goal is $14 million. And so, by the way, it's for enhancing the lives of children and families impacted by childhood cancer.
I mean,
so it's amazing.
It's a whole other level unto itself what they pull off.
Yeah, and Mara, who sent you that email, is a former intern of ours.
She is?
Yeah, she did.
I'd have to see her.
Yeah.
Maura? Well, awesome. Thank you, Maura. And for all the work you're doing as a captain, that's pretty badass. Yep. So it's pretty, I would imagine they make it easy for you to donate if you want to through Thon. You can do a quick search just on, the Penn State Thon.
Right.
And get on board.
I'm going to give her a shirt.
Yep. There you go, Maura. Technically, it was a butt plug.
Yeah.
But anyhow. Oh, I remember Maura.
Yes.
She's a lovely girl.
She's a lovely girl. She's doing wonderful work over there at the Penn. They got that big thon thing there.
They do.
And it goes on for a while. And then last year, Preston, they raised $58 trillion.
No, they did not.
They did not.
13 million and change.
They're right.
Almost 14.
Almost $200 trillion.
Exactly. Here's another one. I'm late with this. It says, hey, guys, by the time you read this, I'll be on my way to Abington Hospital for a pacemaker replacement. I want to give a shout out to my wife, Andrea, for taking me and, most of all, making me get my ticket checked out over 10 years ago. Get my ticket checked
Get her his ticker.
I think it means ticker.
Yeah.
Thanks, and you can tell this is late because he says "Go Birds." That's from Joe Blay. So Joe Blay, there you go.
I'm sure Joe. Let us know how you're doing.
And then one more. This says, "Hey, shout out to my sister, Dr. Leslie Rydell, who gave birth to my beautiful niece on Friday, February 10th, when she told me that her name was Molly Margaret Rydell and that her initials were MMR. I shouted, Gadzooks.
That's pretty wild.
Leslie is an amazing single mom to Luke and now Molly, and she's a fantastic pediatric intensive care doctor at Children's Hospital of Denver, Colorado.
God bless.
But she's from Chester County and did go to med school at PCOM right there on City Line Avenue.
We can see it.
Look out the window and see it from right here. I said, and thankfully she knows your show well. And that is, she says, love Emily and Chris. So there you go. That is a shout out for you.
And speaking of Go Birds, there's this thing I want to do. I've seen it on the Instagram Reels now. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this woman has outfitted like a pair of sunglasses, and she puts a plate under the sunglasses, puts the sunglasses on, and then puts a whole bunch of bird seed on the plate, and then throws a hood and blanket on.
And the birds feed?
And the birds feed it, and like they're right in front of her eyeballs.
That's cool.
That is cool,
So
right?
I love that. I actually I've bought a couple times. I just bought a new one. So it's a Wi-Fi camera inside the bird feeder, and you set it outside. And then I like the ones that are the two-way mirrors. I don't know what it is, but I'm just transfixed by watching birds in a bird feeder.
Yes, and there's another one,
Just like you,
Steve.
Kathy. You love birds.
This is like perfect for if you have a window in front of your kitchen sink.
Yeah.
You know, like those fans that you could put into the windows. That
yeah.
It's kind of like that, but it's a window.
Hang on, I don't know the fans you put in your window. What do you mean?
They're like these fans that you close into your window.
So it's like a vent. It's the same way you'd put a window unit air conditioner in.
Okay, thank you. All right.
But it's a window with a bird feeder in it, but a window goes into the house. So essentially the birds come in and feed.
Oh, there's one that they have that goes out for the cats. So the cats can actually sit outside.
So is this the idea that you're letting birds come into your house and eat?
It's a transparent box.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
That I do like.
You're better explaining things than I.
And so is there one where the birds are allowed to eat the cats eat the birds as they come in?
Yeah, they can do that. They have that combo set up with the indoor-outdoor cat / bird box.
Fluffy, here come the birds.
Yep. Okay, anyway, how do we get on?
We were
to that?
talking about
You said Go Birds.
I said go birds, and that's what
That's
did
all
it.
it took.
Oh, wait, we're looking at this. I am a fan of this concept. Yes.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then you can clean the bird crap off the side of your house.
Yes.
There's something I was going to bring up, and I don't remember.
I know what you're going to bring
up
about the, speaking of Eagles and Eagles paraphernalia.
No, I have that.
Oh.
I'll come back to the other thing if I remember it. Yes, how about Eagles and Eagles paraphernalia?
There we go.
So thousands of articles of Eagles merch, of Super Bowl winning Eagles merch now sit unopened at local retailers, or they did. But they won't end up in a landfill thanks to the nonprofit called Good 360. The group's CEO, Romain Seguin, explained how the nonprofit now begins the task of rounding up the unsold Eagles gear and donating it to people around the world that are in need of clothing.
So when I hear these stories, and we're familiar with this practice of taking those now unsellable jerseys and shirts and so on and so forth and donating them to countries around the world, I was thinking to myself, you know what? I would pay to get one of those. Why not? If you can go to the store at Harvard and buy a Harvard jersey without ever attending, can't I live in a reality where they won the Super Bowl and celebrate that with my inaccurate shirt?
Well, it's like a collector's item as well.
Right?
Yeah.
So despite its small staff, Seguin said Good 360 works with a large network after collecting the unsold boxes of clothing in the U.S., sometimes stacked 24 pallets at a time. The group works with global nonprofits to distribute the gear on the ground. But there's there's a minor little blowback to this you may not have considered. But anyhow, for security reasons, Seguin said she couldn't share which countries will receive the clothing this year, but the group has said in the past that it's donated to Africa, Asia, Eastern Europe, and the Middle East.
I wonder what the security reasons are.
Well, I don't know what the security reasons are, but there's an interesting consideration they have to make that I didn't think about. So anyhow, I'll get to that in a second. Playoff season is busy. For Good 360, not only do they collect Super Bowl merch, but they have to donate gear from the losers of the AFC and NFC championship games.
That's true, yes.
Because they go ahead and they make all this stuff ahead of time.
And they make a crap load.
gear from past Super Bowls, falsely deeming the Buffalo Bills or Seattle Seahawks national champions, has been spotted far and wide, including in African countries like Sierra Leone, Uganda, and Niger.
I love that.
The NFL is strict on keeping the losing gear out of secondhand markets in the United States.
See, that sucks. I'd kind of like to buy some of that.
According to Seguin, but to her knowledge, a breach hasn't happened yet. Meanwhile, some countries, here's the deal, have debated the impact of clothing donations from wealthy nations on their local economies. So Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, Tanzania, and South Sudan have all considered bans on secondhand clothing imports in recent years.
Because local clothing makers are being power played out by the man.
Exactly. When Rwanda passed a ban in 2018, it came on the heels of studies that showed the abundance of clothing coming to African countries from Western nations had shrunk once thriving local textile industries and slashed manufacturing jobs. So they have to consider what they do is they make sure that textiles aren't a company's primary source of income.
Yes, no, that makes sense.
When they are planning to donate. I never thought of that.
I wonder if you walk around, though, the streets of these towns and these cities, over wherever they are, and you're seeing, World Series champs, the Phillies, and all of these alternate realities and this garb. I wonder how prevalent this garb is, if you would notice it, or if the population, it just absorbs into the population and is not that visible.
Yeah, that's a good question because you're talking about a whole lot of
ton of stuff.
I wonder how many. How much there is on that first run,
right? So
on that immediate, you got to have the product that week. I wonder how much that is. I mean, is it?
They would probably
hundreds of thousands.
I think what they do is generate enough for a first run. You know what I'm saying? And then depending on how things break, then reorder, obviously. But you've got to be ready to roll. People, as you know, people will go. To the sports stores right after the game.
Oh, immediately. Yeah. So, but this is a group I wasn't familiar with. Good 360. They're the ones that handle all that.
That is pretty wild.
But I didn't think.
Would you ever consider buying a shirt that was sort of an anomaly? It's like there are collectibles throughout history where things were miscalled, or coins that were incorrectly printed.
I wouldn't do it for sports championships. No.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
It's kind of cruel, right? Like, I mean, if Bill Weston's a huge Bills fan, I don't want to get him a Super Bowl champs Buffalo Bills jersey.
As a joke, we might.
Yeah, but like.
Would you wear
no.
it? Yeah.
I'm with Casey. Like, I don't even like wearing like NFC championship shirts. I like when they win the entire thing. If Phil's 2008 World Series and Super Bowl champs in 2018. Like, to me, those are collectibles. But the rest of them is just like, all right, hey, we ended up in third place this year.
Yeah, there was one, was it last year when they won the NFC East or a couple of years ago? Where, they had a whole bunch of merch that went out, just said the East is not enough, right?
Yeah.
And then they lost in the first round of the playoffs. So I was like,
turns out it was.
Yeah.
That was enough for us this year.
They sell separate appliques, asterisks, turns out it was.
Yeah. You mentioned Buffalo.
Yeah.
All right. I thought this was quite interesting and ties right in with that. The most single people in the United States live in Buffalo, New York.
Really?
And in fact, the most single women in the United States live in Buffalo.
Hello, ladies. It's Buffalo Bill talking to you on this warm, romantic night. Give me a call and tell me what you want to hear.
The Thriving Center of Psychology, that's the name of this group, recently published a new survey on dating trends combined with 2021 U.S. Census data to find out where the more than 127 million single people 18 years and older are living in America can be found. And they examined the 100 most populous cities in the country and ranked the cities on average per capita. And the Queen City, which I didn't know that was Buffalo's moniker, the Queen City ranked first in the most single women in the country and third in the most single residents overall. So it's women that's number one.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
That's
I'm here. I'm spanking it, ladies. Give me a call.
What accounts for that?
They don't know exactly why. The only cities with more singletons were Richmond, Virginia, and Pittsburgh, PA.
Mm-hmm.
But
all have poop knives.
So here's the deal. So Buffalo ranked number one in most single women. It ranked in single men. It ranked 9th.
So it's good pickings for the guys.
Totally.
3-1.
Yes. God, I remember used to hearing ratios like when you were considering what college to go
gotta
to.
come here, man. It's
Bloomsburg.
Like, 12 women every guy.
Around here it was Bloomsburg, and I don't remember if this was accurate at all or not. But when I was in high school, it was 7-1 the number of women that went to over men at Bloomsburg University.
What was it? It was the Jan and Dean song, 2 girls for every boy. So this isn't the first time that the Western New York City has been called out for being a top spot to be single. In 2022, Lending Tree named Buffalo the best large city in the United States to be unattached.
To get laid.
The city ranked high on the list because of relatively low housing prices, low commute times, and a high percentage of people living alone.
And an overwhelming sense of desperation. What do they call it? The mistake on the lake? Is that the Buffalo?
It's one of the mistakes on the lakes, I'm sure. But your dad used to rip on Buffalo pretty hard.
Yeah. He said it was where they would stick the nozzle for if they gave the country an enema.
Why did he hate? Why did he hate Buffalo so much?
I think he had to travel around a lot as a salesman, and that was one of. I've been to Buffalo. It's actually it's a fine location, and it gets its Buffalo rap, but I think it's absolutely fine. The weird is the winter is obviously which starts early July.
Yeah. I haven't spent any time in Buffalo. I've been to Niagara Falls. That's the closest I've been.
Yeah, I did. I went to the Eagles Buffalo game a couple of years ago.
You had a lot of fun, right?
What'd you think? Right? This is not bad.
Well, listen, I stayed in Niagara in Canada.
Oh, all right.
So because I didn't want to stay the weekend in Buffalo, and it is so close to Niagara Falls, so we spent the weekend in Canada, and then we drove to the stadium, and so I didn't spend a whole lot of time in actual Buffalo. Orchard Park is where the stadium is. I don't know what that is in relation to Buffalo. Mm-hmm. Is that like Springfield?
Yeah, I forget. It's been a while since I've been there, but my recollection was I wasn't immediately disgusted by the area, the city. It seemed completely fine.
I wonder what Philly's single
ratio
is.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
Yeah, and how, not just men versus women, but just the overall amount of single people in the...
I would imagine that for a while there was some sort of accolade that put us high up on the list of places for singles to live.
Yeah. You know what I had forgotten about, and then I was just recently reminded that the Philadelphia Sport and Social Club exists.
It's like
and it's like
Philly
kind of
Jacks.
No, it's not that. But it's not necessarily for singles, but it's great for singles. Like it's like kickball leagues and dodgeball leagues, but then they also have like
daisy chains
and things like that. No, and then you like happy hours and stuff like that. But
things like that do yes, they do work. And in fact, I was you might have read the same article, Preston, that there is now the pendulum is swinging away from apps and more to these kind of things, like it's just lunch or in-person encounters that are not through an app.
Okay. According to another Lending Tree study, single women in Buffalo are doing it for themselves. In 2021,
doing it.
It was reported that there were more single women owning homes than single men in the city. Nationally, it ranked fourth in the top 5 metro areas for single women homeowners.
How about that? I wonder what's the deal with Buffalo that it's drawing the women in. They must love to shovel snow.
They also went on to survey over 1,000 people about their thoughts on Valentine's Day and how Americans feel about being single and the dreaded dating apps. Out of the 69% of people surveyed, they said they are content with their singledom. And of those 91% said they are enjoying their freedom right now.
The women are saying this?
This is just overall singles, by the way.
A lot of that has to do with the fleshlight.
It probably does. You know what? There's... I'm going to mention this.
Oh.
Somebody's off the market.
Oh.
They went Instagram official recently.
I heard about this. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make the announcement right here and now. He didn't even know this was happening. Nick McElwain is engaged.
Hey!
He's engaged to be married to the lovely Andrea. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And you guys wanted to keep this a little secret for a while.
Not a secret, just not public, which is different when you end up talking about it on the radio, and that's obviously totally fine, but it happened a couple of months ago. and told you guys after it happened, but my family and friends were there, and we just wanted to keep it to ourselves for a little while and relish in it.
What level of, if I may ask, what level of conversation had you had before you surprised her with the proposal?
With her?
Yes.
Very little.
Okay, so
I mean, we've been together.
That is a stunned look on her face.
We've been together for a long time, almost 7 years, and neither one of us was in a hurry to get married. I've been married before; she never has. And we're not going to have children together, so the marriage institution wasn't necessarily important for either one of us. We were pretty happy with our relationship for a long time, but I had been talking with her friends. And this guy, Will, who helped design a ring for a while. And that part of it was a lot of fun. So, yeah, we got engaged. And this, I know, became a running joke on the show, but we got engaged at the restaurant Rosalie.
What?
Yeah.
What?
And then had a surprise party.
At Guppy's.
And we ordered the Kathy Romano wrap and then swung by Redstone on the way out. No, we had a surprise party at a place called the Goat's Beard in Wayne. And that was almost, it might have even been more fun than the actual engagement because I brought in a whole bunch of her friends and family. And my brother Adam came up from Virginia. My brother Josh flew in, and my nephew Matthew flew in from Colorado.
So that's a big deal.
Yeah. So she walked in and had no idea that was happening, and that part of it was really, really cool and a lot of fun.
And Gary, where was Gary Lauer?
Gary Lauer was, I made sure he was in another state at the time, so he couldn't ruin it.
Yeah, I just wanted to call and tell you I'm so happy for you guys.
I think it's great, and I'm very happy for you guys, and I'm interested what made you go ahead and do this, because you're a couple. You're fine. You've been together for 7 years. You've been married before, and sometimes I take a look and listen. I've been happily married for 25 years, and I love it, and it's great.
As do I, yeah.
But I sometimes analyze the institution of marriage and go, why is it even necessary? I mean, we're just saying, look, we're going to stay together for the rest of our lives. I'm committed to this person, and that's that. You know what I mean?
It's a great question. I think that it was important to me to make her an official part of my family because my family loves her so much. And and you can be a partner. And Steve, you've referenced your dad having been with his woman for a very long time.
Yes.
His partner, but they never got married, right?
No.
And who cares? He's loved her for a long time.
For all intents and purposes.
Right.
And they're yes, absolutely. And my father was married to my mother, and that was the one and only. But yes, it's there's no there's a drastic difference. But for me, and I agree with you, Preston, it just seems to be the right progression for me, not for everybody, and to have that to acknowledge that in front of people with a ceremony is something I felt would be important.
I also understand the under the eyes of the law why it's also important too. I mean, so you are in this.
It's how you can elude the police.
Partnership in life. No, I mean you get certain benefits, and there are reasons why it's good to do that.
She's not on my health plan. I mean, and we've lived together for 5 years. So
and you have to take some comfort in knowing that if you do split, you'll give half of what you own to her.
That's right. Yes. No, I mean, look, the honest to God's truth is I've been divorced and I didn't want to rush into getting married again because I didn't want to get divorced again.
Yeah.
And sometimes people get married shortly after getting divorced. They rush into
a rebound.
And there's a rebound attached to it. And the likelihood of getting divorced from a second marriage, I believe, is higher than getting divorced from a first marriage. Yeah.
Really?
Well, how long, on average, you've been together for 7 years.
Yeah.
You've been through the paces.
Right.
And I don't think there's anything that's going to surprise you now at this point.
And that was a part of it too. It's like this was a cool surprise.
Yeah.
This was fun. And then beyond
Maybe
that,
I don't know him.
we don't have any plans for a wedding, and we'll do that whenever something feels right there. But this felt right. And here's the other thing. We kind of made it through the last 3 years together. March of 2020 was pretty awful.
Yeah.
And so was April and May. And it was particularly difficult on her. And I think anybody that was able to survive what happened in the country and on the world over the last few years and come out stronger on the other side, which we did, we might as well celebrate and get married together.
That's great.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice. Oh, that's awesome. So, no big ceremony or anything like that?
Well, for the wedding?
You're going to do it here on air, right?
Yeah, probably do it on air.
Yes.
At Keenan's, maybe.
Yes!
That's great.
Hell yes!
If you want a wedding for the ages,
man.
if you can have people holding eggs in their butt crack,
right.
instead of a flower girl,
You'll never forget it.
If not for this show, I wouldn't have met her. I met her at an event, and then she came to a charity event.
We should
afterwards.
have it where that event was.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good
they have
call.
great
Yes.
catering.
Let me see.
They have good stages there.
Club Risque?
In Bristol. In Bristol.
No,
no
it was
less.
in Philly.
It was a charity event. Yeah, no, it was a charity event for cancer.
Yes, there are a lot of strippers who have cancer.
No. It was the cancer prevention. You guys remember that? But
So there's that.
she had. We'd actually.
This year, 2 million strippers will find out skin cancer.
She's been to Keenan's before. I don't think we'll get married at Keenan's.
Okay.
Somebody texted in. Was I as nervous asking my now fiance to marry me as I was the first time around? That's a great question. And yes, I was just as nervous this time around. And I'll tell you a quick funny story about the engagement. So my buddy Dax, who has taken photos of you, Preston, at the Union. He has worked with the Union for a little while. Dax, I've known Dax since first grade, and he's been one of my best friends basically my entire life, and he's a great photographer. So I asked him to be there for the night, and we sat at the table at Rosalie, and I was texting Dax because he was sneaking in to get the photographs.
Right.
And I didn't see him. That's how effective he was at sneaking in. So I'm sitting there like stalling. And I had to stall to make sure that he had gotten there and was able to take the photographs in a place where she couldn't see him. But I didn't know. So the more that I stalled, the more nervous that I get. And finally, I'm sort of like texting him underneath the table. Are you here? And he's like, yeah, I'm in place.
I got him. I got the pictures.
Right?
Yeah.
And then I got down on my knee and worked my way around the table.
Did you have a good speech?
Yeah. But I kept dragging it out, Case, because I was just like, I didn't know if the
It was from A
photographer
Few Good Men, right?
But I said, I did the whole Jack
you want me on
Nicholson.
that wall.
Right. You need me on
that wall.
You need me on that wall.
I want to be on that wall with you.
You can't handle this truth.
Yeah.
We sat down and I said, listen, I want to say a couple of, she had a crummy week. And I said, I want to say a couple of nice things about what you went through earlier in this week. And then I would say something nice to you. And she said, are you proposing? This was 10 minutes before I proposed. And I was
ruined
like,
it.
No.
Yeah.
And then we were having a brunch. We were having a brunch with my family on Sunday, and she knew that her parents were going to be in town for that. And the reason for the brunch, which was a secret at the time, was because we were going to have everybody get together and hang out. And then she said, wait, are they all coming are they going to be here tonight? No.
So she guessed it all.
She guessed both of those things before they even happened. But yeah, thanks again.
Shut up, woman.
Thanks again to Dax for capturing the photos. Steve, our mutual friend Jamie Blackburn, was instrumental in making sure that it could, we had a cool surprise to
She's
Rosalie.
awesome.
And then Sean Coyle and everybody at Goat's Beard for the surprise party.
I love that you had a singer hired who came in right at that moment.
Somebody's getting married. Wow.
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, that guy's good.
So, did everybody else know?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, family knew. Her friends knew. Her friend Alex was really helpful in designing the ring. And thanks again to Will for putting it together. So, yeah, it was the secret to...
No date on the calendar yet.
No date on the calendar, but it was a secret to no one but Andrea.
With that nervousness, was any of that nervousness that she would say no?
I was fairly confident she was going to say yes, but I told my brothers about it, and independently, without talking to either one of them, Josh said, what if she says no? And then Adam says, what if she says no?
Oh, my God.
And then my nephew, who immediately demanded to be the best man, also said, what if she says no?
I remember when Dennis came in to propose to you, Kathy, on the air.
Yeah.
There was a contingent amongst us who thought, I don't know if she's going to say yes.
Dude, it was so underwhelming.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Please say yes.
Afterwards, I was like, I don't know if she really loves him or not.
God.
It's just kind of halfway.
And it all
happened.
worked out.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Look at him now.
It's great. Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Is Kathy going to be your flower girl?
Yes.
No, I'm going to be the best man.
Somebody's getting married.
Wow. So Nick is going to take the plunge at some point.
Yeah.
But no hurry, right?
No, not at all.
But
And
we know it will be at Keenan's.
it will be at Keenan's. We'll text Scott Keenan to see if he's cool with it.
God.
Maybe get that helicopter we've always wanted.
Risque Bristol, can I help you?
We have people that are offering to do the ceremony for you, Nick. We have a few ordained ministers that are texting in and calling in. So, do you want any help right now?
That's
or-
okay, but I really genuinely appreciate the offers and the nice text, and so thanks.
That's cool. All right, well, should we take a break? Because we got a guest coming up here in just a couple minutes. Is he here? Is he in the Acme Lounge? Get out of here.
What the hell?
One of our favorite people is here this morning. So we'll come back with Mr. Robert Irvine, a new book out. We'll learn about it when we return Oh, Casey's handing me this. In honor of Nick's nuptials, let's give away tickets to Cocaine Bear.
Yes.
All right, we'll take callers 8, 9, 10, and 11. All right, 215.
It's a beautiful movie.
It's what we've always wanted.
8, 9, 10, and 11. 215-263 WMMR. The screening is February 22nd.
When cocaine is not enough.
Next Wednesday at the PFS East. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. My favorite, Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has 2 good Bonds, would be 3, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this.
I never said multiple scubosis.
That's it. It's her saying. It's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds. What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for freaking 5 here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scabosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep, love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark, just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if oh, wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing. I didn't invent it. It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it.
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, tried to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then he did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got it down there? You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it. It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Oh yeah, out loud.
It's the
and
ranch
I'm like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick. I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
No, he doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me. So I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck...
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little...
I'll just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into, like, other rooms. If we have guests in the studio...
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals of the points
I can't remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3, Kathy's got 3, Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh. I got it.
That's a great question.
Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall? And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now while Christmas is a
Why
money...
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think, though, the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween...
all that stuff.
Yeah, all that stuff, and all of the access to it is
and
something.
with an 8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
and,
Nick.
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa.
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston.
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey.
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is...
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
The second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show. Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ.
This is Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah. Weeks? The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah.
So,
what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People are writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay. This is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think. But like first date, 1 week, no. 2 week, no. 3 weeks, no. 4 weeks, I think is a nice, safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa!
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
Getting intimate, yeah.
date, before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you,
Right.
as they used to say, make whoopee?
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait,
we have Marissa as well.
Marissa. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who
15
will Nick
seconds.
Say? Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
I got
cheapest.
this one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
we'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay. Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit, so I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip based on performance, not just
Right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Oh!
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
Joking,
You
relax.
see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
Do you do that, Mark? I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But I mean, but I usually 20% is about right for me. So
okay. Okay. Second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews.
I hate Dave Matthews.
This begs the question: which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs.
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Well, it's always an amazing treat to have our next guest here in the studio. And he's got a book, which is fantastic. And this is it. Listen, if you need some assistance, you want a success story, you want some help in getting the right decisions under your belt and ready to move forward, can you think of a better person to help you out?
Well, if you're talking success, success at what they want to achieve and sticking with it, I don't think you can do better.
Yes. Please welcome, promoting his book, Overcoming Impossible, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Irvine is here this morning. Welcome back, sir.
Was that my wife that called you?
No. I actually have to
just
step
checking.
out for just a second to believe it or not, take a family phone call, but I'm going to let you guys chat for
That's
just a
code for
minute.
your planning Nick's bachelor. Yeah. We know. We got it.
We're moving quick on this stuff.
Very fast. You were just giving Nick crap, weren't you?
I was.
Yeah.
Actually, Nick, look, 2 months. Andrea wanted to send him pictures out, I bet you, and you didn't do that. What's up with that, dude?
Yeah, I know. They're great photos. And listen, she's a huge fan of yours. We have several people in the food industry who are also fans of yours. And my friend Morgan said to say hi. My friend Eva said to say hi to you. And I was telling Justin not that long ago, we went to a party at Boardroom Spirits. Man, is that a great time.
Oh,
and my now fiance was there as well. But it was a birthday party. And you can rent it out, and they serve just incredible cocktails. It just was a fantastic time. So thank you for busting my balls a little bit.
3,000 to 40,000 square feet. But
Yeah.
look. My publisher made these, but I got you one for you and Andrea. It's a picture of me, and you can actually eat it. That sounds terrible.
Little book cookies.
Are these our first wedding presents?
Well, let me ask
Thank
you concerning the book, because you've written books before, and obviously you've written cookbooks, and this is something I think this to me is a tough thing to put across when talking about success, the drive for success, what you do to avoid pitfalls, all of that stuff. I think a lot of people lack at a certain level the ability to creatively visualize a destination and to get you there. And so as you're putting together a book like this, what was the main thrust you wanted to convey? Because there are tools you can employ to get to your destination, but not everybody has those tools in their arsenal.
That's why I love you, because you're so smart. You know, in the military, we reverse engineer, right? So we say what the end goal is in mind.
Right.
And work backwards. I did the same thing with the book. There are 3 pillars of success in this book. It's almost like a memoir of my failures, right, to get to where I am today.
Yes.
And it starts with empathetic leadership, listening to people, right? Because if you look at CEOs of companies, they're the A's, right? The alpha males, the alpha females, whatever. But what do we normally do? We hire B's because we don't want to be kind of
competing with them. Yes,
right?
you don't want someone that
I
could
want
replace
double
you.
A's.
Right.
I want people who are surrounded by me that can teach me. But we don't do that. So empathetic leadership, we don't listen.
You think it's an inherent flaw in people
humans,
right? To keep a support staff a little substandard for is that job security?
Well, it goes into my next thing, right? So empathetic leadership, then egos,
That's
losing
tough.
egos. So
Yeah.
that goes into what you just said. we don't like somebody better than us because we feel insecure.
Right.
You know, it's like being in a marriage or a relationship. You know, insecurity.
Right,
and then
yeah.
the third one is trust. Do we trust the people to do the jobs? And that's pretty much the 3 pillars of success.
Everything you're saying has figured into, I think, all of our trajectories at some point or another. Those are the pitfalls. But I think whenever you start to talk about things like this or working on yourself, it kind of seems like white noise to a lot of, I don't have time for that. But that is an essential part of like writing down a list, seeing the progression in front of you. And also, I always think of Steve Jobs because Steve Jobs didn't write really. He wasn't the best at anything in particular. What he was good at was taking ideas and people and meshing them together and making that end product. You're saying don't be afraid of those superstars you might call upon to help you get to your destination.
And I've done the same thing. Look, 10 years ago, if you'd have said to me, "Oh, you're going to hire double A's, instead of a B,"
right,
I would have laughed at you because it was my way or the highway. And as you get older and you grow smarter and you listen to the people around you, you actually grow.
Right, yes, yeah.
It occurs to me, Robert, that a lot of this can be applied to like sports coaches because I've seen coaches come in and they sometimes when they fail, it's because they treat every player as if they were the same person. They don't treat different players as individuals. Have you spoken to any like sports organizations about this?
It's funny because I was talking on CNN yesterday about the Eagles game. I'm not going to go there. But bad call, awful day. But anyway, about what do you learn from these examples, right? And sports teams are exactly the same as businesses.
Yeah.
Because my business, I have just under 5,000 employees across our total network, right? But I have to know everyone's kids and is this one, sick? Is this one, autistic? Is this one?
Yeah.
Why do I do that? Because some people like money, some people like pats on the back, some people like trip to Disney World, but and some people may need help with food. And I think sports teams are exactly like that because we grow up in different areas, and we all come together as a team at one point, but we never leave where we came from behind. And I think that's a great analogy. And in the book, it's really interesting because I touch on that a lot, but I also touch on pancakes. And people say, why do you talk on pancakes? And so it's great because Casey, he's a pot, he likes pots and stuff. But anyway,
he likes crock pots.
That's what I said, pots. I didn't get the crock in there for a reason. But you bid on it. Yeah. So I want, when we talk about pancakes, it's great if you and I, Nick, have pancakes. I have a recipe. But if it's me, Nick, Kathy, Steve, Preston, the mix doesn't work by doubling it, tripling it. There's a new formula for that. And I think that's the formula for business. As you grow, you have to change. You've all done the same thing. But what I find on Restaurant Impossible, 350 plus restaurants, they don't care. They don't listen. And I said yesterday, the biggest failing restaurant is an Italian restaurant because Mom says, "Oh, Nick, you make great meatballs and gravy. You got to have a restaurant. Here's a credit card. Go and max it out." Okay? And then 3 months down the road, you're $350,000 in debt. You call me, I scream at you, and hopefully you're successful after that.
Well, though, Robert, where is the starting point? I think most people look at this huge thing in front of them like, I really want to be a success, whether it be in the restaurant or business or whatever. They need to just put the flag and start. What would you suggest to someone if you're taking that first step? What's the best first step you can make on your road to success?
Buying Overcoming Impossible.
Overcoming
Impossible. I was getting all confused for a second. Buy it and read it from start to finish. And there's a difference. I don't know about you guys, but when I read fast, and half of it never sticks to me.
Right.
Read a chapter, think about it, go on to the next one. And why? Because it's all the failures that I made to get to where I am today. 11 companies and doing, we do pretty well, but a big part of that is charity and giving away and all that kind of stuff.
Speaking of which, you have a great blurb from Gary Sinise, who's very much touting the book as a must read.
Yeah, he's a great friend of mine, and we just fed 5,000 folks last week in San Diego. But there's a lot of great leaders on there. Dave Watson from Comcast, Walmart, Doug McMillan, all these folks that are in business. Why? Because I deal with those kind of businesses. Not only restaurants, I scale to the Fortune 500 companies because it's the same thing. We talk about that lemon poppy pancake. It's the same thing.
At its core, it's the same stuff.
When you start small and you grow, they have the same issues in big companies.
Yeah, no, I find this stuff fascinating, and you talk about the restaurants, and is there one golden rule? I'm trying to divine this from you. One golden rule that you have to have in place to achieve success, and what is the absolute one pitfall that will always kill your business?
Number one, the first question: surround yourself with great people and allow them to speak.
Okay.
Number one, and great leadership. You have to have a vision. You have to be able to delegate and then follow up.
Delegating is a hard thing, especially when you are starting. I remember, like when we, we're putting the show together and building it. You're like, I don't know if I trust, someone else to do this, or I don't know. And then when you get those people that can and do it, and in many cases much far better than you could, then it starts to flourish. But it's almost like stepping off a cliff.
Yep. It's like getting married.
Yeah.
Right. You don't step off a cliff, but you have to trust, right?
Well,
exactly.
I mean, Steve, you're just referencing that. Can you imagine if you or I were in charge of our social media, but we have Marissa to do that, and so to be able to trust her, which we implicitly
and she'll do it far better.
Exactly. To have that part of a team is we're lucky to have that.
Well, and that's it. We found the components of the winning team, and it took time to do that. You know what I mean? You had to come across the right people, and I mean your team. You can't overestimate.
It's everything.
I'm going to answer the second part of that question: the pitfall. You can fail, and it's okay to fail more than once, but not failing the same. Using the same thing, right?
Yes.
If you've got to learn from that experience.
100%.
And if you learn from, don't drink orange juice twice,
After soda.
And make sure you're next to a bathroom. But anyway, I think that's the biggest lesson is don't fail at the same thing twice. It's okay to fail more than once, but not at the same thing.
No.
How about civility in the world of business? Because it can get cutthroat, it can get evil, and you mentioned ego. And that can be a runaway train for some people.
Well, it's interesting because I come from the military. In the military, you grow based on doing exams, and when your turn's ready, when you come to the outside world, and my transition, and I'm talking about this with a lot of military folks right now, when they come out, they're not used to that cutthroat, step on you, talk garbage about you and try and take your job. They're not used to that.
Yeah.
There's a structure. You get where you get to when it's your time.
Right.
In the civilian world, you know what it's like. I mean, trash talk, and it's not joking trash talk. It's trash talk to try and get ahead of you. Mm-hmm. Egos, again, those selfish people that maybe don't know as much as like Steve.
Yeah.
Right? And then they say, well, I'm going to try and take you down because you know more than me and you're making me look bad, even though you don't do it on purpose.
Right.
You're trying to help the cause, but you're making me look bad. So I'm like, oh. And I had one of them in Atlantic City. I had a boss like that in Atlantic City. Same thing. I would give him all the reports. So he walked into a meeting and, because he didn't want to work that hard.
Sure.
And I'm the guy doing the work and he's getting all the credit.
Right. Yeah, it's a classic scenario.
Still wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
And it's about giving your team the credit for doing what is. There's no I in team, right? You look at why you're successful, all of you, is because you work in harmony together.
And that's true. This is true. And mutual respect with each other.
Absolutely.
I have a question that's outside of exactly the book, but is pertaining to your industry. And a while back, we were talking about movies and TV shows that take whatever you do for a living, and then they just make it look ridiculous. They get it wrong. And I was curious about, because there's been a few shows and movies about the culinary world, and more recently, like The Menu, and obviously that's a way augmented,
hyper reality,
satirical look at things. But there was a show called The Bear. I don't know if you saw that or not.
I did.
And I was curious if there's a sequence where the main character, they flash back to him in a high end, top of the line, one of the greatest restaurants in the world, and he's just being berated and beaten to death by this chef. Does that really happen in the real world?
True.
No
really
kidding.
I grew up
saying horrible things.
I grew up in a 3-star Michelin restaurant. and I made tea every morning. I won't tell you the name of them, but there were two brothers. Right?
Okay.
I made tea every morning, and they would throw me the tea at me. And for 4 years.
What?
4 years.
Wow.
And why did they do that? And I'll tell you the experience I got from that. A system in place and doing it the correct way every day, the same way. And it's so funny because I eventually said, F you.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Right? I'm out of here. I went to Miami, joined a cruise ship, and 2 weeks later, they became the corporate executive chef to the cruise.
Wow.
But no, it gets better. But they fired the chef, and I became the executive chef on that ship.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean,
You never burn bridges. That's always yeah.
I
but
did
you
there,
sorted
but
it.
I thought I did, but
Yeah.
But then you build a ship.
Yeah, but you know, I could not get away with doing what they did today years ago. No way. I mean, you couldn't throw things at people and pots and knives, and I mean, it happens. There are still people out there.
I had this chef at the restaurant that I worked at, and it came out of nowhere. I can't even remember what I said to him, but it was something completely benign. But we were in the basement, and he had a bottle of champagne on him. I didn't even say anything like bad, and he hauled off, and he was going to smash me over the head with this full bottle of Dom Perignon.
Would have killed you.
He was
What a
gonna
waste!
kill me
What a
with this
waste of
thing.
Dom Perignon.
I mean, Casey, just to put in perspective, Casey had suggested that they go all crock pot. And,
Yeah.
No, I've had it. I've had a chef take me into a walk-in refrigerator and pummel me.
Really?
Oh yeah. I mean, as you get older, you remember these things, and when you grew up in the culinary world years ago, and you know, I'm a little older than you, but it was brutal. You know, there's no errors. You can't have errors.
That's stress, man.
You overcook a steak. Oh my God, it's like World War III.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well,
good.
because their reputation relies upon consistency and getting it right? So,
But that's why I would never want to work in a Michelin-star restaurant.
Yeah.
It's just too much pressure. Too much pressure.
There's a local female chef who talks about the way she was treated when she first started. You know, she owns her own restaurant and stuff now, but she talks about how terrible it was. And I remember her telling me the story, and I was like, really? That happened? She was like, absolutely. And it's, I mean, like, I couldn't believe it. I would have walked out of that kitchen in 2 freaking seconds.
And the thing is, Kathy loves to cook.
And you know, I'm really proud of the first female flyover.
That was cool.
Which was amazing. But it's the same with females in every walk of life. They've had to put up with, you know, all this kind of stuff. You know, and finally, we're getting to the point, because females are way smarter than men, Nick.
That's true.
They are. That we're finally getting to the point where it's okay to have I never forget, we were in Abu Dhabi a couple of years ago. The first female F-15 pilot, she was 23 years old. It was unbelievable. I was like, you're 23 and you're flying this thing?
yeah.
I mean, amazing.
Steve, what were you saying about Abu Dhabi?
Well, there's a difference between the people of Abu Dhabi and
Dubai.
Dubai.
Yeah.
The people of Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but the Abu Dhabi do.
You got Robert.
That's why Nick was laughing when you said Abu Dhabi.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yeah, very good. You just made my day now. CNN yesterday, Preston and Steve today, and I'm laughing.
You got that joke?
No, I got it. It was not lost on me. Casey's doing this right now.
Let me ask.
If you can't help but love Casey.
Yes.
I want to ask you, because you went in, I wanted to ask how you got into the military. You were 15?
Yeah, I was a really bad kid.
Okay.
I would go to school I would dress up in my school uniform, which came from goodwill, by the way. My parents were very poor. And my mother still is, by the way. My dad passed away about 8 years ago. But I would go to school. She would catch the bus. I would wave.
Yeah, okay.
And then I would double back in the front door with a key and drink my dad's beer.
Okay.
So at 11 years old, I was drinking beer, McEwen's Ale. I'll never forget it. Wow. My dad had a stack of it.
Scottish beer.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
So I bring some friends, and my mother one day called the house And I picked the phone up like an idiot. And said, hello, the Irvine residence, And it was my mother screaming, I won't tell you what you scream, but you get the idea. And she literally came home on the bus and took me down to the recruitment office.
And so at 15, with her signing off, you go in, and then you go right into a culinary?
No, I took a maths and English test, and this is for all the listeners. This is how dumb I am.
Yeah.
I got 1 being the highest, 5 being the lowest, maths and English. I got 5, and the recruiter said, the recruitment guy says, well, I've got good news and bad news. True as I sit here right now, I said, what is it? He said, well, you're in a Majesty's Royal Navy, and you're going to be a cook. And I went, whoa, great. And I joined the Navy at my 16th birthday.
And before you know it, you are cooking aboard
on a warship,
Queen's...
Well, I did HMS Apollo first. HMS Andromeda, then the Royal Yacht.
What a trait! I mean, you had to be good enough to cut the what is it, the Britannia? Is that the
Britannia? Yeah,
right, which
is now a museum,
right,
in Edinburgh. But no, I don't think you have to be good enough. I think you had to have a clean background. Then once you got on there, you had to stay. You had to be good enough to stay on there.
So how about that? That again, talk about a plan you would never put together in your mind.
No.
I think that's also a way we talk about that level when you want to achieve success. Is leave your mind open to sort of the fluidity of life.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And look, the funny thing is, I find this, and I tell Justin all the time, I get most of my business done over a bottle of tequila in a bar somewhere. I mean, the USO dinner in D.C., I met 2 guys in tuxedos, bought them a drink. They thought, they're top secret security clearance. They were actually working for Coca-Cola. And that's a true story. And I kept giving him tequila till the point that he said, I'm in Coca-Cola. Right? And then we end up, doing the NASCAR and whatnot. But I find that more settings, the golf, I don't play golf because it's too long for me. I can't focus that much. But I find the more you're in an environment of food and drink, you do more business, and food is hope.
Yeah, no, it's true.
I agree.
It's those they found out. It's funny the things that they found out that with the remote Zoom meetings that they overall are less effective than in-person meetings. Not because what's transpiring during the meeting, because of what transpires when the meeting adjourns and people are just sort of casually leaving and talking about things. That's when a lot of business gets done, and Zoom was too final when you hit the disconnect button. So those moments where you can have a casual, or whether you're having a meal or whatever, that does make a difference.
It's amazing to me how, look, I said to Justin when we walked in, how this building has changed since we were here last, and how beautiful it is, and the Acme Lounge, and you know. We need people. We're not meant to be separated. We need this interaction.
Right.
Nick, you go to Lansdale to my distillery, and you drink with your friends, right? But we need that. We actually need that interaction. So,
And when things shut down 3 years ago, that actually ended up helping out the business because people realized that they wanted booze, and so they were able to order through Boardroom.
Boardroom would drive up, and we were giving away sanitizer. We made sanitizer.
Yeah.
So you bought a bottle of thing, we give you sanitizer. I mean, it was great. Don't drink the sanitizer, drink the booze.
So did you read your own audiobook?
I did.
I did. Did you love it or hate that process?
They asked me to talk about it, do the audiobook. And I suck at reading. I mean, it's one continuous sentence for me. There's no inflection.
Right.
So I did the first piece of it. Then I had another English guy come in and do it that's way cooler than I am.
Okay, so you read the forward or all right. That's cool.
So, Robert, with this, I mean, obviously, your expertise is in the world of restaurateur and, various ventures. But is this for anybody who's looking to start a business, to run a business, to manage a team?
This is anywhere from a 16-year-old kid to a Fortune 500 CEO that's already running business. But it's also great for families. I think, I have 2 girls, 24 and 22. One's a pediatric speech pathologist. One's here in Philly working for the, there you go, public defender.
The barrister.
And they read it. They've read it.
Okay.
And they've got things from it. So I think it's for everybody, right? It doesn't matter who you are, what you are. What are you giving me here to read? Oh, yeah. And Irvine's. You can get Irvine's vodka and gin at Fine Wine and Spirit Store. I mean, I feel like an advert. Jesus Christ. Justin Leonard. You should be ashamed of yourself.
with this, obviously you have your live show and you tour around with that. Do you go give business seminars?
I do. I just give. It's funny. I was in
TED
Tampa.
Talks.
I was in Tampa a couple of weeks ago with 100 CEOs of companies worth $27 billion in one room.
Oof, wow.
I couldn't believe that I'm sitting there talking to people that have already been successful.
Right.
But there are pieces that they miss, and that's what Overcoming Impossible is there for. Is for them to read it.
Is there a time, because you're overcoming impossible, removing impossible from your vocabulary, is there a time when accepting that something is impossible is a necessity? In other words, like I think of people who have literally no singing capability whatsoever going on like a talent show, or, where you transcend, where you become self-delusional to the point of detriment.
There is.
Okay.
There is. But I still believe that if I took Nick or Kathy or even you, Steve, if I took you to have singing lessons and trained your voice, I could make you a star.
Okay,
You picked the wrong two people.
Play the audio. Play the audio of our river.
I can't sing.
Yeah.
I very rarely cook unless it's with the military or on TV right now. But I can tell you how to make money.
Okay.
You could probably teach me how to cook. That's probably something you could teach me because
That's easy.
It's not.
I kind of see what Steve is getting at, and I do hear the people that say, anything is possible.
Yeah.
Not really, but I mean, you can strive for things and work hard for things and have success. It may not be exactly what you set out for in the first place. You can continue to strive for success, but you have to be open to the fact that you might have to take a fork in the road.
It might not be the exact configuration.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
But I say that in the book. It's like the book is to get you to the next level, wherever your level is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Kathy, you may not be able to cook like me, but I can't read.
The traffic
like you.
Yeah.
Right. That's an art.
Yeah.
Can I be trained to do it? Yeah, but I can't get to where you are, and you could get to where I am.
No,
I can't fly a plane, but I could be taught how to play.
Right.
I think there's different levels of that question.
Oh, yes. No, I agree with that. I think, yeah. No, okay, you answered my question.
By the way, I didn't know you can't double a recipe. Who knew?
Why can't you double
it away?
Lemon poppy seed pancakes.
Yeah, come over to the house. I have 1,000 pancakes.
Why can't you double a recipe?
You can't double all recipes.
He said it becomes a
are you
new
just waking
formula.
up, Casey?
Yeah, a little bit.
You just dumped stuff in a crock pot and it's
You
over.
should have had what I made for the Super Bowl party, and it was made in a crock pot, all right? So stop it with the crock pot.
I am not a hater of crock pots.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to reveal something to you, and let's see if this gets the thumbs up. It's just my wife and I for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and so we have our dinner, and she has taken to preparing the turkey in the crock pot.
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that?
As long as it's whole.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the crock pot then acts like almost like an air fryer or a steam fryer, like a convection oven.
It comes out really good.
Our latest has been we got a sous vide at home, so we've been cooking in that. Do you like that?
So when we go on trips with the military, on planes, with the chairman or vice chairman or whatever, there's normally 60 or 80 people on the plane. I do everything in sous vide, and we plate.
What is that?
What? Yeah, I have no idea.
Sous vide is where you put food into a bag, seal it, and it's cooked in a body of water with a circulator. So the circulator, like a propeller,
and it's a fairly low,
and it
it's
never
a low
goes
temperature.
over a certain temperature. So if you have salmon and you put it in at 353 degrees, it's never going over 50. You can never overcook anything.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
We made chicken breast last night. I think it was 145 degrees was the temperature. I mean, you can literally put your hands in the water. It's not crazy hot, but you let it cook for about an hour, and it comes out insanely tender.
Perfectly the same all the time.
And the diseases you can get are amazing from undercooked chicken.
I'm with it, Steve.
So
That's all I'm thinking.
So you're saying that's good enough to...
Yeah, it's unbelievable. In fact, Disney hated it, and all Disney properties right now use it.
Ah, there you go.
So, yeah, it's a big thing.
A sous vide?
Sous vide.
Sous vide. Ah.
SOUSVIDE.
I'll have to check into that. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's been our latest. Casey, that'll be your next.
Yeah.
Then I won't give you grief. If you use sous vide, I know. We'll give you.
Yeah, you will.
If you at some point, when you're feeling like you've done everything you want to do, if you could do a cooking show, a crock pot cooking show with Casey as the host, that might be the
Guest host.
Yeah, the guest
It's
host.
done. It's a done deal.
Yeah.
He'd have. It's like going on QVC with Dave, right? You have 16 different crock pots.
Right.
And you just run.
Well, for me, it works because I don't really have. You just chuck it in there and then you leave, right? Like you don't have to do anything.
See, that's
else.
the problem.
Yeah.
Right? Chuck it in and leave.
And then
Those aren't technical.
That's what you get.
Those aren't technical.
That's the thing.
Cooking terms.
The
are
thing
they?
I made for the
Chuck
Super Bowl, it took 9 hours, right, to cook, but like I don't know. 20 minutes I just seared a chuck steak on either side, chucked it in the crock pot, threw some broth in there, and
So you lied then. It wasn't 9 hours. It was 9 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you said it for 20 minutes.
Yes. But I felt like I only cooked for about 20 minutes, and then the rest I just, every hour or so I would go in and stir the crock pot a little bit. But man, it was delicious. And I made what you were talking about, the bear.
Yeah.
What they're eating at that restaurant, that's what I made. It's like Italian.
Their sandwich that they were known for in the show.
Preston mentioned the menu. Have you seen?
Yes.
And
yeah.
so that.
Yeah. I feel like Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah. It's basically it. The cheeseburger though has gotten a lot of attention that they serve. Were you okay with that execution of the cheeseburger? Do you have your own spin on the cheeseburger, the classic cheeseburger?
The funny thing is, I'm not a big burger guy.
Really?
No, I never have been. I don't know why. It's just, I think unless you grind the meat yourself and you know what's in it.
You gave me a great tip one time, which was to add in a food processor bacon and a hot dog.
Absolutely.
And that really brings out some serious flavor.
Because the fat in it, right?
Yep.
Different flavor. But I do the same thing with short rib and different things. I'm not a 80-20 burger kind of guy. I want short rib. I want corned beef. I want something in it.
Okay.
All right.
Well, listen, the book just came out this week. It is called Overcoming Impossible. Robert Irvine is doing the rounds. You see him all over on these big, Good Morning America and stuff like that, and still has time to come by the old Preston and Steve show.
Nice. Books like this can make a difference.
Yes,
if you feel a little directionless, listen to Robert and live with each chapter for a little bit, correct?
Yeah, it's a really good book, guys. And by the way, I've done all the rounds, and I came in today. It was like coming home. This is I've been here forever, so,
yeah. Well, we love you. Thank you for being here, Robert. And good luck with everything, bud.
And Nick, don't forget to eat my cookies.
Thank you for our very first wedding presents, and thanks for the kind words, too.
Celebrity chef Robert Irvine. Thank you, Robert. Robert Irvine, guys. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 Dave is there, so
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
Look, and we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston.
Creative ingenuity.
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge Cuck. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of,
He does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay. All right. And then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got a point, yeah.
All right. So we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa. It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy event.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy?
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of laugh. Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with dinner en blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered her the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with dinner en blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but dinner en blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be dinner en blanc.
All right, so the scores remain the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
Okay. All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation? Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay. So it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick, I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm gonna go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there just lodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is...
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, I got to give him 1 and her 1. We have a 3-way tie.
Oh.
We have a 3-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
'Cause when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when. So we're out there, and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in, there was like a tent sale going out there or something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball, and it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Appearance over. Appearance over. Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15, 16.
An adult man.
I know. Wow. Here I am. I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was. I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it. It was like on a mortar, and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope, that never happened. Nope, I think that was another show.
You come to any of our events, park far away.
I regret it. I should. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen,
not really.
What are you gonna buy him a new car 15 years later?
I heard what you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that
007?
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep, so Night Fever, Night Fever.
Staying alive, staying alive.
Or Staying Alive, I guess.
Staying alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, no, like that's...
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that.
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry Eyes.
What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of come on, I wanna hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the.
You had Hungry Eyes. You had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
Right, and then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as well.
And that's Patrick Swayze singing that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say.
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay? Jesus Christ. And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
2 years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different one?
I wanna know
if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little
Hey, boy. My name is Man-Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just don't try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is his name, and I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
a singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any Air Supply.
One of our nations.
You're probably doing
So
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
Very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot.
Yes.
And I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons, and now they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah, so she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, it's fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm getting choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
A beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no.
Here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to protect?
Sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode
on 93.3 WMMR.
By the way, I just want to reiterate what happened a few minutes ago. We shared the Abu Dhabi joke with Robert Irvine. That was one of my favorite parts of the morning.
And he laughed.
It's wonderful.
Well, when the second he said Abu Dhabi,
Nick
and
started
I,
laughing.
We both like look at each other like, I couldn't see Casey at that point. If we get a trike, all of us. You got to follow through on the Abu Dhabi joke.
Abu Dhabi do.
What were you just saying about him?
What was
Casey's
that?
setup was fantastic.
All right, Bizarre File, here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by the Philadelphia Fishing Show. It's coming to the Expo Center in Oaks, February 17th through the 19th. You can get the best deals on all your fishing needs and more. You visit phillyfishingshow.com for the information. We'll start with a miraculous story. One actually that's is crazy. This happened twice. This woman, a Syrian mother, and her newborn baby are recovering after being rescued from the rubble of her earthquake-hit home twice in 1 week.
Oh, my God.
Dima was 7 months pregnant when last Monday's earthquake caused part of her house to fall down. She suffered minor injuries and later gave birth to a boy, Adnan, at the hospital. They returned to the house only for it to collapse fully 3 days later while they were in it.
Why were they let back in?
I don't know. Adnan, they must have had nowhere else to go.
I mean, they've been devastated.
Adnan was brought back to the hospital by rescuers in critical condition, suffering from severe dehydration and jaundice, while Dima was treated for a serious lower limb injury. The baby is responding well to treatment, which is great. Video footage showed Adnan sleeping peacefully inside an incubator with his wrist hooked up to a drip. The mom is doing a little bit better, too, but they avoided a disaster twice.
Since those quakes, have you seen an uptake on these commercials for these beds that are meant to be that protect you during an earthquake?
Oh,
so what happens
okay.
is that it senses the shaking. You either a top comes down on you or you fall down into a compartment. And in that compartment is water and a siren, and it's just crazy.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
We are watching this commercial for this. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Crazy, right? But think about it. And they're designed to take the pressure of a lot of rubble on top.
Wow. Okay. All right. And now we see, did you see the next one?
What?
It was it showed for Nightmare on Elm Street a Freddy's claw coming up under the bed and pulling them down into it.
It kind of looks like that.
Wow. Okay. Let me move on to some other stories. Flacco, the freedom owl, is learning to live in the wild, according to devotees documenting his flight through Central Park. The Eurasian eagle owl, who escaped the Central Park Zoo earlier this month, has been hunting rats in the park, and it's easing fears that the animal zoo creature wouldn't be allowed to cut it in the big city. There are images of dead rats.
If I can make it here, I can make it anywhere. But it's essentially up to me.
There are images of dead rats and owl pellets to prove it. Twitter user
Sorry.
Jacqueline.
I feel embarrassed, but I do crap that way, like little marbles, actually. Delightful.
Jacqueline UWS said the uptown birder who captured images of Flacco's forest feast.
I'm an uptown bird, but I've been living in a downtown world.
The told followers the owl had hunted the rat and that it was not one of the dead rodent zoo officials had been using to lure it's Flacco. Yeah, Flacco, not Falco, into the net. She said, "This warms my heart." But the celebration was tempered
Putting on the rates.
By the concern of New Yorkers familiar with the poisonous lengths the city will go to when it comes to killing its rodents. So they're hoping it doesn't get hold of a poison-filled rat.
Yeah, that would be a big issue.
But they're saying that he's learning to scavenge for himself, which is not something a zoo animal can usually do. So
owls are amazing predators. If you ever see one up close, they're actually a little terrifying.
Yeah. A woman accused of stabbing her date in a Las Vegas area hotel room in retaliation for a U.S. drone strike that killed an Iranian leader is on house arrest in Texas. But police said that they were never made aware that she has left home to make music and videos.
What the hell is this story?
I know, it's all over the place.
So she stabs a guy on a date because of a drone strike?
Yeah, this is stupid. A grand jury indicted Nika Nikobin on charges of attempted murder with the use of a deadly weapon. Now, police...
Kathy, you usually wait to the third or fourth date before you would stab someone, right?
No, well, I'm good on the first date. I'll slice your neck.
Police arrested Nikobin, a University of Texas at Dallas student, shortly after the stabbing at Sun Street Station. Nikobin and the male victim had met online on Plenty of Fish. The duo then agreed to meet at a hotel, booking a room together. While in the room, the pair began engaging in sexual activity. When Nikobin put a blindfold on the victim, police said, then turned off the lights, and several seconds later stabbed the victim in the neck, like Kathy would have done.
The way Kathy does it.
Nikobin said that she wanted to get revenge for the drone strike, which killed Iranian military leader Qasem Soleimani in 2020.
Dude, I work at a Wawa.
During a hearing on Monday, police representative for the Texas University said that they nor any department in the region knew that Nikobin was even on house arrest in their jurisdiction. And that sparked immediate concern for the safety.
That's got to make you feel safe.
Of the campus, along with the community. They said, we found out that there were no law enforcement agency knew that she was even under house arrest in our city or attending the university out there. But the police told the court that their department became aware of the criminal charges when a reporter attempted to interview her about her singing career. When he Googled her, they found that the news articles about the attempted murder charge. So it appears that...
she's got a lot of irons in the fire.
The agency monitoring Nicobin was only tracking her location, not checking to see if she potentially violated her curfew or other provisions. So she was out trying to get her singing career underway.
Stabbing some guys, having fun.
Yeah, so they are now aware of what's going on, and she is... Well, apparently she recently released a video for a song called Spaceman. Under the name of Nika Barouge.
Space People, by any chance?
Might have been Space People.
I think that's it. Wait a second. There we go.
They come from space.
That's her.
So they don't come from here.
Very insightful.
Space people.
Okay.
They are from a different planet. Space people.
They're not of this earth. They're from outer space. It's insane that we know that song. All right, and there you go. That's it. We're done with the Bizarre File. And now, Jen Frederick of Fox 29.
Let me just say,
Okay.
Brooklyn, your new super fan,
Yeah.
the kid.
Oh, yes.
Oh, thank God she's not listening to the killer.
Yeah.
She'd be like, I don't want to go to college.
Did you
College
hear?
sucks.
Did you hear her the other day?
Yes.
She was so sweet.
I'm a Preston and Steve super fan.
Yes, you are.
I am the Preston and Steve super fan.
Well, you're very kind to say that.
More Steve than Preston, but we know this.
Well, she was more Preston than me. So
I know it sucks,
you
right?
balance it out.
Brooklyn likes me.
Real quick before, I don't even know what we're talking about. You know that when I saw the man parade a week ago tomorrow, and I didn't know that it was Casey and Jackie.
Yeah, I came
You know
that's
that?
right.
I know-
Yes.
I knew they were coming. You know, I knew that Anthony Gargano was on his way. Blah 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 blah.
You're talking about it's Media Row in
Radio
the
Row.
Phoenix. Yeah.
So there's like literally Boomer Esiason on one
Yeah.
side, Kay Adams, the TikTok people from I don't know where, Japan.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. And then all of a sudden, these three idiots, which I was like, it was the end of our week. You know, we had gone to the car party too late the night before, so I was hanging on like a thread. I'm like, thank God there's some idiots from Philly.
Yes.
And, right? Casey
We were the
walked by,
idiots.
and I'm like, oh, that's some idiot. He's got on the nacho mask, whatever he's doing. And then I'm like, oh, there's this mummer guy. And I'm like, hey, mummer guy. And then I looked at Jackie's face, and I'm like, oh, my God, it's Jackie. And then I was like,
You had no
oh, shit.
idea.
Pardon my language. I'm like, what's his name? Casey. It was... I had, and then I'm like, Kyle,
great.
you're the one in the back.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So it was they, and then you know that like they were on Las Vegas TV, and it was so that was the highlight.
How long were you in Arizona?
Too long. I was there Monday through Friday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we had fun. We got on a helicopter. We got on a jet.
It's beautiful out there. It really is.
It is
Yeah,
gorgeous out
yeah.
there. There's no water though.
Yeah.
Like you might like that.
Yeah. Well, I drink a lot of water.
No, to look out. Like I need I need a river, an ocean,
Lake, something. Yeah.
something, right?
You're fine. You got to do a little digging. No, but it is beautiful terrain. But I mean, we were kind of conjecturing that going out that far in advance, you kind of run out of stuff.
You sure as heck do. That's why I was happy when these guys came. Literally, I had a private jet on Monday, private helicopter on Tuesday. I met up with Kurt Warner, the quarterback, in the helicopter parking lot, because that's where people hang out.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Kurt and I, like, hey, buddy, remember? And, his kid is a quarterback at Temple.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Exactly. I bring the trivia.
Wow.
But yeah, so it was so funny. But yeah, at the end of the week, I'm like, can I just walk up one of those dusty hills, please? Can I do a hike? Can I do a hike, please? I gotta hike somewhere. But by the end of the week, to your point, we were like, a party would be nice.
Right.
A Casey sighting, something.
It's too much.
What was the private jet? What was that all about?
So there's this company, it's called SetJet, and they basically, you pay like $99 a year. Kathy's nodding. She wants in. Yeah.
I know what it is.
It's kind of, they're trying to make it a thing. $99 a year, and then it's a private jet.
It's like a ride share, basically,
And then
right?
you get, for $700 a seat, you can go wherever.
Yeah.
So, of course, I look at the guy. He's talking aeronautics. I know a little bit about aeronautics. And I'm like, are you like an aeronautics guy and an entrepreneur? Because you got to have money to do this, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, I sure am. I go, where'd you get your money? Taser. Him and his brother started Taser.
The company?
What's Taser?
Yeah,
The
Tasers.
Taser.
Don't tase me, bro.
Yeah.
They invented the Taser.
They marketed it to the cops.
Right.
Okay.
And every bad TV reporter, sorry if people did it in this market before I was here, they got tased, right?
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
like, so you're responsible for like all these like cute girls getting tased. And he was like, I know it was my idea, but what are you gonna do? But yeah, so that was that. And then the helicopter thing was, again, Caterpillar, like construction equipment.
Yes.
Some dude had like the plan B of that, sold his whatever this is for $1 billion to Caterpillar, and bought this resort that you need a helicopter to get to.
What was that like?
That was amazing.
Yeah.
That's where I ran into Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
And of course, you know this. You guys know I'm psycho. So we're on our way back, and Carl, the pilot, was a Chiefs fan, so of course I'm messing with him the whole time. So on the way back, he lets me, fly the helicopter for a little bit. Not like, but it was only me with my hands on.
Right. You just did the landing.
Yeah.
No. So when I'm like. I go, so, weather's really good. What do you think went wrong with Kobe? And the camera guy, Pete Santo, in the back was like, Jen, not now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I was just, okay, we're done. But that,
You're trying to find out what precipitated the crash. Maybe he has an insight.
But we were able, to fly over that. I was calling it the trash open, the waste management golf thing, which, by the way, kids, gather in. You know how they're like, it's the craziest thing we've ever seen. Like Tuesday on Broad Street is way wilder. For a golf event, it was wild, right?
Yes.
So anyway, we fly over that, the 16th hole, very loud, all that. Then the guy's like, you want to see where the real rich people live? I'm like, I sure do.
Yeah.
Some dude, and they think it might be a baseball player, in his backyard has a field of dreams. So again, as you know, climate, dusty, no water.
And then this oasis.
Yeah. Crazy.
Does he have corn just for effect around it?
It doesn't have corn, but he has like stadium seating. There's like a little snack bar.
Wow.
And the pilot was funny. He goes, at some point I'm going to get a call from whoever it is because I buzz people over this thing twice a day.
Right. Well, he's using up all that water, so it's a trade-off.
Yeah. No, literally, it was. That's me in the helicopter.
There we go. We're watching on the screen here in the
How
studio.
did you guys get that?
Oh, we're good.
We're good like that.
Oh, I don't know. Your social media?
Yeah, maybe your Instagram account.
That's because I was putting that up again, waving again. But yeah, I did fly it for a little bit, and that was super fun.
Is there footage of the baseball guys' backyard?
No, because I was busy going, oh, that's what that is.
So you flew to that resort. Did you get to stay there at all, or was it just a quick trip in and out?
How I had to get back. Look, there's water. But yeah, we flew out there. They have. Look at that. Doesn't it look like Hawaii? That's this rich guy.
does.
By
Is
the
that
way,
like
whoever
Lake
is
Mead or
selling Caterpillar or whatever that construction equipment is, keep going.
Is it Caterpillar?
He
a
sold
local?
the competitor.
Okay.
He sold like I'm not in business, obviously.
Yeah.
But whatever the competitor was to Caterpillar, he sold that to Caterpillar.
So now there's no competitor.
Right.
Well, that's
and
that's
he's
how you
got
become
that.
number one.
I'll sell whatever you want to get that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful lake.
Yeah.
But you should keep up with your snack reviews. Is there any new snacks at Wawa we should
Jared is in
have?
the building.
Okay.
Okay. So when we're driving, we have to find our favorite one. We give it a 0 to 10.
Yeah.
Number 10 is we've got 2 10s, Jared. We have the jalapeno chips from Hers. Yeah, those are the ones.
Hers is a home
Very
run.
good.
Yeah.
Number 2 is the sour cream and cheddar Ruffles.
Yeah.
I will tell you what in the Hers family, what I literally have to I can't even look at them because I will OD on them. They're cheese balls, Hers cheese
Yes.
balls. And I eat them with a steak knife.
He's getting the mic in because he really wants to get intimate with this.
Because you get irretrievably orange hands.
Yes.
And so you poke them in, but they're so good. So are on any of these chips? Are they dangerous when they get in your mouth? I mean, will you just stop?
We rub them on our jeans.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's sanitary.
It's where it's gonna go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we do like the finger test and all of it. Do you have a question, Casey?
I'm going to wait for you to finish your sentence.
But we do that test. But really, it's just about taste. Some of those things. Remember when they came up the thing? It's like it tastes like a cheesesteak. It tastes like a whatever.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
We didn't.
Yeah. So if you have not tried this yet, the chocolate chip cookies at Wawa are chef's kiss.
Really?
Really
you
good.
can get them warm.
Are you
That's
crunchy or are you chewy?
I like soft.
Okay.
My son found
Listen to his
out
hack.
and relayed this to Casey that you can order them to be warmed up for you as well.
Yeah.
What kind of a bougie son are you raising out there in the suburbs?
One
It's
that
on
knows
the
how to
kiosk.
find warm chocolate chip cupcakes.
Let me tell you something. If you know that on the Entenmann's box, Entenmann's, the small chocolate chip cookies, they give microwave instructions because the cultivated few know that the cookies are best served warm.
Okay, I'm in. I'm totally in. Now listen, I don't know how much more time we have to talk, but I want
This
you to
is
know.
only the first hour.
Okay, good. I have invited myself to the Cardboard Classic.
Oh, good.
Okay, and
You're kind of an expert up there, right?
I just told Chef Irvine, I'm like, the pictures on social media do not do it justice.
Yeah.
It's crazier. I believe that. I call it like I see it.
Yeah,
right?
the Cardboard Classic you're talking about. Yeah.
Everything else I lie about. But anyway, no. I will say this. Montage, The Mountain, I'm a super fan. We go there with our kids. We go there all the time. I was showing Marissa a video. You know what? You know what pond skimming is at the end of the season?
Yeah, they're going to do it
the next day.
The day after, yes.
That's my mom friend did that last year. We wear those rainbow jumpsuits. You've seen us on TV.
Right.
So basically, or on Instagram, she was like, here's what we're doing. And she was a ski racer in high school. She goes, here's what we're doing. I'm going to strip down in my sports bra and my yoga pants and my ski boots. Yeah, I know. A mom.
Your mom.
She goes down. She's in water. Can't even breathe because of the ice or whatever. And then goes into the lodge. Obviously takes off her underthings and puts on the onesie and is walking around like a boss.
Oh, my God.
I will say Montage, I loved Jack Frost. That was amazing. I think Montage is going to be a better location.
Well, we're super excited.
Because you drive straight in. There's no windy road.
Right.
Okay.
For Marissa and I were talking, there's like 4 or 5 like $100 Marriott properties. That's the one. Marriott properties like right at the top of the thing. So you can come in Thursday night, spend the night. And the skiing's great. They have a super steepy, and they have baby hills, depending on where you want to be.
Well, we love
that's
it.
what they call the super steepy.
Super steepy.
They use different language there. Hold on, wait. Do you have to be like accepted into the mom group matching one-piece snowsuit to go on these trips?
No,
or
you don't.
what?
You just go to. You got to order strong though. It's TPO.
Can Kathy be a part of it?
I want to.
We would like her to be a part of it.
Fourth in this picture. These matching suits are amazing.
I love them too.
Yep.
I want one of those.
You
as
can get
well.
one. I'll bring one.
So we are thrilled about Montage because there's a whole bunch of just concerts and all this other stuff, fireworks, as you talked about the pond skimming or whatever they call it. All of that stuff is really cool. So we're thinking, it's been a couple of years since we've been able to do the Cardboard Classic, and then we're coming back with basically 2.0, the next generation.
I couldn't agree more. And the thing is, remember how like back in the day, 3 years ago, you had like the going down the hill was separate from the ski hill.
Yes.
This is like an all-in-one situation.
Okay.
So again, if families want to go, like I think it'll be set up for you guys to watch it, love it, enjoy it. And I invited myself.
You'll be there. No, we want you there.
I am
It's gotta
the
be, yeah.
super fan.
All right,
of the show.
excellent.
That's fantastic because we have yet to, while we've been planning all this, we haven't had somebody like you who's been there enough times to go, this will work
It's
here.
going to be
I've seen
amazing.
it.
Now we're extra excited.
Fantastic.
Yay!
Yay! Wonderful. And it's coming up quickly, man. It's going to be here March 3rd. And Nick has a pre-party tomorrow night, by the way, which he's going to be giving away. He's going to be at McGurk's from 8 to 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Yes. And while he's there, he's going to give away a VIP weekend.
That's when you lost your virginity.
I don't know really what my role is here. I was taking myself out, but when you mentioned McGurk,
You're like, yes, sir.
Well, we're giving away a VIP weekend for the Cardboard Classic, and you end up getting the 2 nights in a hotel, Midland tent rental for both days at Montage, VIP viewing access for the Cardboard Classic, all 3 concerts for Everclear, Lit, and Fuel, plus all-day lift tickets with rentals, snow tubing passes, and merch. You could win this with Nick tomorrow night at
McGurk's.
Thank you.
Now listen, the Midland tent rental, you're underselling that. It's a yurt with your own like golf event potties, private potties.
Wait, what's a yurt?
A yurt is like a little tent out in the world.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. They have little fire pits right outside because they are plastic, so you can't have them inside.
Mm-hmm.
They have dudes that come up with these like flame torches with like propane, right, Jared? And they like, if you're like, oh, it's not really fiery enough for me, and they make it turn into this whole like
raging inferno.
But it's out in the world, so
That's
it's
awesome.
safe-ish.
That's still pretty cool.
And again, the other thing, Nick, like you'll meet like these people, like if you don't want to talk to your friends, you're like, I gotta go in my yurt or Midland tent, whatever you want
So
to
you
call
can
it.
get your yurt at McGurk's, right?
I need you to be my hype person for tomorrow night.
Right there. I am your hype person. You
All
guys
right.
are awesome.
No, we are thrilled that you actually stoked us even more, and we thought we couldn't even exceed where we were before.
Seriously.
Yurts at McGurk's.
Yurts at McGurk's.
And also, Nick's giving away lift tickets every 15 minutes as well.
Such a McGurk.
Yeah, which is good for admission to the Mountain Fest concerts as well. And
Tomorrow night.
that's all I'm going to say about that.
That's
Because
all
I
you
can't
need
get
to
in a
say.
word edgewise here. It's wonderful to see you, and we will see you on the 3rd. All right, we love you.
we love
Jenny
you.
Frederick, guys, Fox 29.
Oh, we're very excited
All
now.
right, with that, we do need a break. We're going to come back and
Why do you need a break?
lesson question, trash, and music news. I'm exhausted over here, Jim.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Don't
No, but
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is?
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, I mean, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's, is that I love you?
I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trong.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to the Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells.
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
No, that's Truc Nhu.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truc Nhu. Truc.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck you.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks Nhu, "Come home
What you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" Nhu then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time."
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, "If you decide this, would you feel regretful?" "This doesn't change my decision," he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
"I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else." Truck.
Sell them for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truc Nhu,
Sell them for less.
Jack,
no.
sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But Nhu seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, "I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry." And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truc Nhu decided to return after...
I can never sell them for less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person?
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at
So
the CIA.
there's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing in a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all the week.
I would say try veal, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up.
What's her
Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
At about 10:25 a.m. on a Thursday morning, riding the cusp of the weekend. Our Word of the Week prize will be given away tomorrow. Dave Matthews Band. A couple of shows that you could end up. And then on Monday, we start this big Bruce Springsteen promotion opportunity to get tickets to that one of those two nights this summer at Citizens Bank Park. You know what? I'll get some more of the details coming up in music news when we do that. But in the meantime, we're going to give away something via the lesson question. And we have a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Fishing Show that you could win. And the question we will ask from earlier this morning is, Andy Taylor and John Taylor of Duran Duran are not brothers, but they do share which actress as their mother, even though they're not brothers.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
215-263 WMMR. John Taylor and Andy Taylor of Duran Duran are not brothers, but they do share the same mother. Who is that? 215-263 WMMR. Call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Dilling HVAC. Trust Dilling for service that's second to none. A free heater tune-up or 10% off water heaters. And you can ask about their 0% financing offer. Schedule at dillinghvac.com. A higher degree of trust and dependability. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Tom Brady, appearing on a recent podcast, said he believes that Janet Jackson's notorious halftime nipple slip was good publicity for the NFL. In fact, Brady says he plans on doing his first play-by-play for Fox Sports with his left nut hanging out.
Oh, hey!
Chicago Med and Chicago PD shocking fans with the exiting of 5 characters across both shows. Many believe the big shakeup is to promote the new series, Chicago Unemployment.
Oh, my God.
And finally, this is pretty cool. Tyler Perry is paying the increased property taxes of seniors with homes near his hugely successful movie studio in Atlanta. Perry says he ends up winning because the seniors do all his yard work and he pays them in cat food.
Oh, wow.
Sure, Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for an answer to this question. It's Andy Taylor and John Taylor. Duran Duran are not brothers, but they do have the same mother. Who is that? 215-263 WMMR. We'll go to Dave and see if he knows. Dave, good morning to you.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we today?
We're wonderful, Dave. All right, so who is, even though they're not brothers, Andy Taylor and John Taylor's mother?
But the beautiful Elizabeth Taylor.
Elizabeth Taylor. Very well done, sir. Dave, you got yourself a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Fishing Show. Excuse me, coming to the Expo Center in Oaks this weekend, 17th through the 19th. You can get the best deals on all of your fishing needs, boats, RVs, and more. Check out the 5,000-gallon aquarium full of local freshwater game fish and stop by the trout fishing pond. Trout.
Robert.
On site. And tickets and information at phillyfishingshow.com. And we're going to do, you know what, real quick before we do music news, we have a new Daily Rush video that's out. The title of it is called Daddy Likey Farty in Face. And we're pretty sure Chuck Berry and Roger Ailes hung out and talked about farting in their faces a lot. You can go to WMMR.com/Daily Rush and see this video and any other that you've missed out on. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at Xfinity.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You farted in my face.
All right, we're going to start with this. In an interview with Apple Music, Coldplay's Chris Martin spoke about Rihanna's talent, and he said, you'd have to be an idiot not to recognize that she's the best singer of all time.
Somebody was drunk. Somebody was drunk.
It's Chris Martin.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he would make a bit of an overstatement like that. She's a talented singer, very successful, and, you know.
She was on the record 2 records ago? 3?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Better than Aretha Franklin?
That's what
Better
I'm
than
thinking.
Whitney Houston?
He says of all time.
Maria Callas?
Martin has performed with her a few times, but says that he doesn't know her very well and that he was speaking mainly as a fan.
Also, I'm just trying to get into her pants.
Coldplay worked with Rihanna on her track Love on the Brain, and then in 2011 for their album Milo Xyloto on the song Princess of China.
She definitely has a good voice, and she's a good entertainer. There we go.
Not greatest singer of all time.
Snap out of it.
Not even close. Ahead of the big game performance, Martin said, I think she could just walk out in sweatpants and sing, and that would be just great. So he's a fan. Slipknot's Corey Taylor has announced that he is going on tour in May. His wife's burlesque troupe, the Cherry Bombs, will serve as an opening act, and the tour is going to kick off in our general area. He's going to be playing Reading at the Sanantar Arena. And
that's a good venue, is it not?
Yes, it is.
That's going to be on May 2nd, by the way. So don't know any other dates that he'll be hitting as of yet, but we'll see if any more arise. Once again, Metallica is stepping up to the plate with their charitable donations. The band announced their All Within My Hands Foundation has donated $250,000 for Turkey earthquake relief. The band said, we're at a loss of words to describe the devastation in southern Turkey and northern Syria. The 7.8 magnitude earthquake has reduced the entire region to rubble. The death toll continues to rise, tragically exceeding 36,000 lives. Yeah. So he said, they said two of our partners' organizations have boots on the ground providing medical aid and food to the victims of this disaster, and they're providing this money. So good.
Remember when the first numbers came out? It said maybe 1,500 people?
Yeah.
Now we're many thousands more.
It goes way up, yep. All right, and then finally, this will start on Monday. Bruce Springsteen, E Street Band, coming back to town. 2 shows, Citizens Bank Park this summer. It's going to be August 16th and August 18th. And MMR is giving away free tickets every weekday starting on Monday. So here's what you have to do. Starting on Monday, you have to listen for a featured Bruce song at 9 a.m., 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 8 p.m. Keep track of all 4 song titles and then be the correct caller at 8 a.m. the next morning with those titles on our show, and you got a shot at winning.
Yeah.
Yep. And listen, if you can't listen around the clock, there is a way for you to dial in. We have a cheat sheet available.
Kind of devious, huh?
You go to WMMR.com for details, and there's another chance to win there as well. Tickets go on sale, by the way, Tuesday the 28th at 10 a.m. via Phillies.com/Springsteen. So that gets started on Monday. So we'll remind you of that tomorrow, too, just so you're aware of it all. That's all I have in music news. Let's take a break. We'll come back in a second and end the program for the day. Get ready for a No Sad Bro Friday. Come back in a sec. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
A Wikipedia page.
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh. Left. Right. Left. 2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to the dog.
That is not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast, and you never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
Did we even say the words skiing eye dog?
Nick just
you
said it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Are you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle. Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's there's
one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the
about.
girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-ta-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days. 7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
Lindsay Lohan.
I was just watching Mean Girls last night on E.
Well, there was this video of her dancing over the weekend, and it went viral.
Is it laughable, sexy?
I'm hesitant to even say viral. Like, how many does it take before it's called viral?
Good question.
You know,
Viral is not, yeah.
So I just saw it this morning, and it's her dancing. And
what is it?
To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. It's just her dancing around a little bit, but some people have made a thing about it. She flips her hair in it. She leans her head down and flips her hair way up. So people are making a thing about that.
Oh my gosh.
Here, hang on. And there's the hair flip. So she does it twice. We're watching the video of it right now. And, well, now Busy Phillips and Kelly Oxford are getting in on the action. They spoofed Lindsay's now viral dance to the song Pillow Talk.
Oh, snap.
Well, Lindsay snapped her fingers and flipped her hair at her beach club in, I don't know where it is. Phillip and Oxford got down in the kitchen.
Oh,
and
man.
Phillips wrote on Instagram, honestly, it's weirdly harder to nail than it seemed. Respect.
All right.
What's going on?
They're throwing shade. They're throwing shade at her, Preston.
Are they?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shady?
Yeah, they're throwing shade, but then they threw respect in there.
Yeah.
RESPIC.
That's Dorothy, 93.3 WMMR. The song's called Black Sheep. Little pop on the P there. 10:41 Thursday morning. Our show is coming to an end. Today has been a lot of fun. Really enjoyed having our buddy Robert Irvine here this morning. Great conversation. He's got a book out that's about, being a successful business operator or team manager or anything along those lines.
Is there something applicable to anyone who wants to achieve a certain level of success?
Yeah. So it is called Overcoming Impossible. And he loves coming by here. He has a great time.
I mean, he did all the big shows in New York, and he loved. He said he enjoyed this.
He said it felt like coming home.
Yeah,
coming here to the Preston and Steve Show. Did Good Morning America yesterday. Had more fun on the Preston and Steve Show.
A bunch of pricks.
How about
Every one
that?
of them.
A bunch of jerks.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said Stephanopoulos called him a sea sucker.
What?
I must have stepped out when
Yeah.
he said that. I didn't hear that part. But it was great having him on. And then surprise guest Jen Frederick of Fox 29 stopped by, and she was giving us a glowing review of Montage Mountain and thinks that this is going to be the perfect place to do the Cardboard Classic.
I think I'm going to want to yurt up a storm, right?
I know. Can we get yurts?
Maybe a show yurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, show yurt.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to eat my yogurt in my yurt.
Yep. So that's coming up on March 3rd. It's actually 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Oh dear.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Oh dear is correct. Yeah. You're going to be there, right?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Well, that's too bad.
I'm kidding. Of Oh, course I I'm was gonna like, be what?
Okay.
That would have been a bummer.
No, of
you
course
got
I'm
to
gonna
be there.
Yeah, I've got to be there.
Yeah.
What was up with Jen? What's she on?
That's her deal. Yeah.
That's her.
Is she she doing some adrenaline or some
She's always like
ADD medication?
Her nickname is Cocaine Bear. No, she's always up. She's always up.
I mean, she puts a W back in Wired.
Yeah.
Could use a blood transfusion from her about now.
And she'll be there at Cardboard Classic. So
I won't need any coffee.
no, you will not, sir.
All right.
Tap right into her.
Okay.
All right, letter of the day.
Yo.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter. Did you just look at the letter? At the words?
Yeah.
Should have been here yesterday.
Oh, stop it. Always a way to get back at me, huh? A as in adept.
Yes. A. All right, the letter is A as in adept. And we're going to give away a Dave Matthews Band double shot. Pair of reserved seats for Friday, July 21st, and a pair of pit tickets for Saturday, July 22nd. Both Dave Matthews Band shows are at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and they go on sale tomorrow. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. So get ready to get those.
I'm going to keep you on your toes.
Yep.
Yeah. Or on my face. One or the other.
I remember when I screwed up one time. I forget this. I was giving the letter case, and it was CN.
Oh.
And so we made the word of the week CNBC.
No, MSNBC. That's good. That works.
Yeah. You got to know how to pivot.
Yeah.
What's happening today?
Well, we'll have, let's see, home and garden tickets to give away. We've got Dave Matthews tickets for Saturday. The prize of the week for the whatever this word's going to be, is going to be you have regular tickets on Friday and pit tickets on Saturday, which is very sweet. I have regular tickets for Saturday, but that's pretty sweet, too. We have workforce blocks of Dire Straits in honor of Ghost going on sale tomorrow. We'll get a block of Ghost and a block of Zeppelin today.
All right. Enjoy, friends. I want to thank our sponsors. Today's program has been brought to you by Dunkin'. The President and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Tomorrow on the program, Good stuff happening. We're going to have the comedian Ben Bailey, used to be the host of Cash Cab.
Yeah.
The show we always dug, and he's going to be in town. And we'll have on the program together Noel Gallagher of Oasis.
Wow.
And Shirley Manson of Garbage will be joining us.
Wow. Excellent.
Isn't that cool? So that's going to be a fun show.
Cool.
So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.